Hello everybody, how are you doing? Welcome in, welcome in. Hello, who do we have here today? We have, of course, the Kaz, reclaiming the esteemed title of first for today. Welcome in, Kaz. Entering the cheese zone to become 27% for Madambert today. Always a new cheese, yeah. Brand new cheese, that's not bad, that's not bad. Meanwhile, Doran is going straight into the cheese zone, of course, to become 23% Roqueragour. um, and meanwhile, I'm entering the cheese zone to become 28% Carré du Trièvre. Ooh, not bad, not bad. Kaz is a lot of cheese. How many cheese are you, Kaz? Oh, 26 types. I didn't see that far yet. 26 types. Yeah, that's quite a lot. The run is 15. I don't know how many I am. But yeah, though there is 28 cheese, so like there's still quite a bit to go before you guys have every cheese in the list. And thank you for the 15 stream streak, Kaz. That is so many streams. Thank you so much. Yeah, that's very impressive. I don't think there's a single stream where I've been able to maintain such a stream streak. Even Jesse's streams, I'm not sure I have a 15 stream streak. Because sometimes I'm streaming at the same time as she is, and so I don't get to watch. 22 to go, yeah, it's halfway, about halfway, but that's quite a while before you get everything. um, I wanted to check something. Oh yes, I wanted to check how many cheese I have. Let's see. Cheese. I have 30. I have 30 cheese. So I might be one of the people who have the most. And of course, it makes sense, right? I'm here every one of my streams. So that is as it should. You think the only other place you have a high streak is Rakai, but Twitch resets that streak? Oh. Yeah, that's very impressive. Thank you for being here so often, Kaz. And hey, Aileen Light, ooh, getting an even higher stream streak, 20 stream streak. showing up Kaz here. How are you doing? And entering the cheese zone to become 30% Vacherin. Another new cheese today. Ooh, I'm in the wrong scene, aren't I? That would be better if you guys want to actually see the stream. Ooh, while Doran is also on 15 stream streak. Wow. Yeah, you guys are really impressing me with these stream streaks. Thank you so much for being here so often. Despite my fairly chaotic schedule. And yeah, we are back on the Alchemy Factory today because I'm not addicted. Let's open the game, right? Day 103. Should we go multiplayer? I have a suspicion that if I click multiplayer, maybe the shop's rating or approval rating doesn't work well. I've seen fairly low number in multiplayer as opposed to single player, so I want to test that. And if Cody joins us later, we can just save and reload in multiplayer, and that's fine. You were busy quickly checking first. Nope. You don't want to one-up. No, that's fine. I mean, it's just kind of funny that I'm like, oh man, that is so many stream streak. And immediately, like, someone comes in with a higher one. I mean, it's fine. It's all fun. And I really appreciate the stream streaks. Whether it's a 5 or a 15 or a 20 or a 30, I don't know what's the highest possible. But yeah, I really appreciate them. Sin had a person with 250 something stream streak today. Yeah, these kind of numbers are just mind-blowing to me. It's a lot. It's a lot. Okay, so let's see. What are we doing today? Yes, so we have this fertilizer setup. Oh, I thought it was 4, but like actually... So we have farms upstairs, right? We have a bunch of farms upstairs. And each of these columns, I think, want about 1 belt of basic fertilizer. That's a lot. Like 5 belts of basic fertilizer is a huge amount. And we cannot produce that much. We're producing 180 per minute. We would need like maybe 4 times that. Bit more than 4 times that, I think, to feed all of that. So back to lurking. Have a great lurk, Doran. Thank you for being here. So yeah, I don't think we'll be able to feed that much with this. And I think the way to do it is actually to make advanced fertilizer. Hey Mastani, how are you doing? Streak number goes up, yeah. Thank you for the 5 stream streak. And for entering the cheer zone to become 31% abundance. Ooh, first time you get abundance. Nice. You once had 100 on the channel in the before times, before they could be saved. Was weirdly enough some effort to end it. Since then you're not sad if you lose one accidentally. Yeah. I think it's better. It's better to have the stream streaks be how they are now, because the previous way it was working was playing a lot on the FOMO, and that's not a great thing to do. It's not very healthy for the community. So I'm glad they changed that. Alright, yeah, so I think to do better on the fertilizer, like right now it's barely running, right? Because, well, mostly because we are not using that much. But once we start making Jupiters and such, we are going to be using like a lot. Like I think these two, at least one of these two should be running full time. If we were making Jupiters. I mean, maybe we could support that actually. I'm not quite sure. And also there's the fact that if we go up here, a lot of these builds are still running on backlog. Like, look at this. It's going to be so much time before I ever need to produce a single cloth. Just because I have so much cloth backlog. So, yeah. We're almost at the point where we're going to start producing healing potions again. And that's really the only one that's near that point. Maybe... Oh my god, I'm stuck. No, not even linen ropes. Like, we have so much of everything. So... that's why none of this is running. But once we run out of those, a lot of these builds will be running, even if not full-time. And if we start going for Jupiter's, half of this is going to be running full-time. So, yeah. Actually, one thing I was thinking about this is maybe we could have made this below. We could maybe have routed this below. Might have been better looking. I might want to try that. Anyway. Hey Sven, how are you doing? Greetings workers of the factory and customers in chat. Or costumers. How are you doing? Welcome in. Yeah, so a lot of this is not running just because of the fact that we have a backup of basically everything. Even I think Pulleys is on backup at the moment. Yeah, even Pulleys is on backup at the moment. So that's why my fertilizer right now seems to be enough, but it's not nearly enough. So we need to make advanced fertilizer for that. The reason for that is advanced fertilizer, if we compare the V value, this is like 6 times the nutrient value. So this can run a lot of the plant's production, right? You're doing good enough. You had a cramp in your leg this morning and your 3-hour hack did not help it. Oh no, yeah. Yeah. Like, yeah, that can be so painful. How am I doing? I'm doing great, thank you. I am... Well, my sleep schedule is slightly all over the place. Again. But other than that, I'm doing great. Right, so, yes, we want advanced fertilizer. The other thing we want is cannons. Because, like, this is a mess, right? This is a huge mess. I want to get rid of a lot of that. And I think we can do a lot better if we had cannons. I also think that we could build a lot better because we would have steel beams, for example. Because cannons require steel to be made. Right? Steel and steel gears, steel ingots and gears. We could also add steel gears to the factory. That wouldn't be a bad thing. But to make steel, we need coke powder. So first things first, we need to start working on coke powder. Right? No, that's iron sand. Coke powder comes from grinding coke. And coke can be made in one of two ways. Either we... let's see, we take coal and burn it in a crucible, and coal comes from coal ore that we crush in a stone crusher. Or we can take charcoal powder, put it in an athanator, and then we get 50% coke, 50% charcoal. And I think that's a cheaper option, right? Because Coal ore is 4800. Whereas like a log is what, 200? So I think I'd rather go the more involved route and try to design something that takes charcoal powder. So we're going to have to take logs, cut them into planks, that's something we're already doing, then burn it into charcoal. Then we take the charcoal, we grind it into charcoal powder, then we take the charcoal powder and we put it in an athanato, where it produces either coke or charcoal. That's interesting, actually. So we have this cycle going on, right? Where we take charcoal, we transform it into powder, then we transform it into coke, but it can go back to being charcoal. And then we need to regrind it and re-athanate it or whatever it's called. But we produce... Oh no, we take 6 charcoal powder and we transform it into 2 charcoal. Okay, I got it. Coke powder sounds sus. Yeah, we're on a quest for coke today. You did have a fun hike though, that's good. As long as you sleep, it does not matter when. The where, however, does matter. Well, yes and no. Like, I find that waking up super late because you went to bed super late tends to mess you up a little bit. Okay, so here we divide by 3 the amount of coke, no, of charcoal. Interesting. Okay, so let's start designing that, right? Where do we design that? Do we design it here? I think we're probably going to have it here eventually, but we have more space for design over here, so let's design it here actually. So first of all, we want a table saw. Like this. Then a furnace. Okay, so table saw is going to take logs, produce planks. Then we take planks, we put it in the crucible to make charcoal. And so table saw produces a plank every 2 seconds. And this takes a plank every 4 seconds. So we need 2 crucibles to keep up with the table saw. Actually, hang on. I'm not designing yet, but still, might as well do things that make sense, somewhat. Right. So this produces charcoal. And so charcoal, we can grind it, and basically at the same rate that we're producing it into charcoal powder with grinder. So we just have to have 1 grinder per crucible here. Okay. So this produces 1 charcoal powder every 2 seconds. Right? And the athanator needs 2 charcoal powder per second. Okay. So the athanator needs 4 times that? Is that correct? I think that is correct. Yep. Okay. So we need 4 times that. Alright. Actually... So if we need 4 times that, it's not going to be 4 furnaces, is it? Because 1 furnace supports... So it's going to be 8 crucibles. And so 8 crucibles would be 3 furnaces. Well, technically, like, these 3 could be on these 2 furnaces. Doesn't really matter. We're probably going to expand it again anyway. Just to have a ratio that makes sense, but for now we keep it minimal. For now we don't try to optimize the number of furnaces, basically. Okay, so like this would be... My bad. This would be 2 of them. This one would be 2 of them. This one would be 2 of them. And of course, this one would be 2 of them. Right. So yeah, that's all of them. So with 8 grinders, we get 2 charcoal powder per second, which is exactly enough to feed 1 Athanator. Alright. So an Athanator is gonna require... Let's go like this maybe, we'll see. Where and how do we make it? Never made an Athanator before. Can I even make it? Do I have the research for it? Maybe I should check that first. I think I do, but I'm not entirely sure. Yeah, I do. So it looks like this. Okay, takes 2 inputs and has 2 outputs. And it's interesting. Okay. So, how is this going to work? So if I take cock, I just want to see what belt does what. So I think I'm going to have like 2 little outputs like that. I think I had random stuff upstairs. Maybe I have some charcoal powder in here. Yes, I do. I thought I remembered that. Okay, so the charcoal goes in here, and so I assume this is going to be the coke-out. Yeah, that wouldn't work because I don't have 6 of them. That's fine. Alright. So... you have a 50% chance of producing 2 charcoal every 3 seconds. So technically you produce 2 charcoal every 6 seconds. So 1 every 3 seconds. And you process 1 every 4 seconds. So that's more than 1 of them? Is it? I think it is. Does it tell me? So wait. So 120 per minute is 2 per second, right? 20 per minute is 1 every 3 seconds. Yeah. So that number takes into account the percentage, then. And the other one that's like 1 every 6 seconds would be 10 per minute. Let's see. We're doing pretty good on her health potions and the pulleys. I'm pretty happy with the profit here. 28 silver a day of profit is not bad. Okay, so let's see. So yeah, so you're producing. Yeah, you have a 50% probability of producing 1 every 3 seconds. So you're producing 1 in average every 6 seconds, so that is 10 per minute for coke. Interesting. And so these guys... they grind... So wait, 1 every 4 seconds, how much is that? Like 60 divided by 4, that's like 15 per minute. So these guys grind at 15 per minute, right? And here we're producing 20 per minute. So we have like 1 1/3 of a grinder busy with this charcoal. Which is interesting because, like, if we feed it back to the Athanator, it means we need to take out 1 of these. So we're not even consuming 4 table saws anymore, fully. And we still have a surplus. So what do I do with these 20 per minute? Because I would need like 100 per minute charcoal produced by the rest, like fed to the Thanator, which can self-sustain the other 20. I'm not quite sure what to do with this. How about... Okay, let's see. So if this needs 100 actual input per minute, so one Athanator takes 100 per minute, and these produce 15 per minute, right? So the best we can do to have a ratioed build is to have 3 Athanators which want 300 per minute. And that means... so 300 divided by 15... That's like... 20 of these? Is that correct? Let's see, so this is... Seven is a little bit too much, so it's between 6 and 7 times 3. Yeah, that would be correct. Okay. So 20 grinders, and that would be 10 tables, so then. Okay, we can do that, I think. That's gonna be a big build. We'll probably have to think about like how we design it so it looks okay, but we'll see. So this is 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I'm going to have to expand the other way. 9, 10. Okay. This is gonna be a huge build. That's gonna be fun. Did I mention I like big builds? This is gonna be our big coke build. So... Ooh, can't place this. I'm stuck, aren't I? Yeah, definitely am. Ah, I can jump. Here we go. Though then I might as well remove this. Okay, so let's see. Maybe we remove that. Yeah. Oh, actually we can copy it. Nope. Nope. Cut even? Yeah, that works, though this shouldn't be part of it. Really? Okay. And then... Oops. Aha, I'm out of wood. Would you look at that? How unusual. Not really. I'm always out of wood. It's the one constant in this game. Always out of wood. Boom, boom, boom. And then we need... I'm also out of stone, apparently. The other constant in this game. No, not as often, to be fair. We're only taking stone by 2 stacks, whereas we are taking wood by 4 stacks, and we're still running out of wood way more often than stone. Okay. So, this would be... So, each of these produces 15 per minute. I have 20 grinders and crucibles. So that's 300 per minute. Which should be able to feed 3 Athanators. How do I place them? I suppose I place them in the gaps. Is probably the wisest thing. Actually, reverse, I'd say. Because if we're going to have a fuel line here, we might as well just have it feed everyone. And then the Athanators. How do I place them? Is the question. So I'll need 2 grinders at one of the inputs, 2 extra grinders, where I take my recycled output. So I think it's going to go here, leaning this way. Yeah. The good news is each of these eat like a full bell. If I look in here, yeah, it does give me the rate. That's nice. I'm glad some of the machines automatically decide on the recipe, but I wish we could set it manually, just so we could see the rates in the machines. That would make our life much easier when designing stuff. Being able to look and be like, hey, this produces 15 per minute, rather than having to either remember or recalculate it by head. Okay, so you have the charcoal coming out here. And then we're going to need to grind it. I'm thinking maybe we have a box here. Oh, wrong key. Well, we can just design one, really. With like the 2 extra grinders. And so somehow we need to have like a belt that fits them. And this somehow is probably gonna be some kind of elevator. Why is it leaning on this corner then? It doesn't really need to, does it? It could just be on this corner. Yeah, I think so. And then we can have probably elevator. And then we bring stuff back. Okay. And so this produces 10 coke per minute. So basically 1 coke every 6 seconds. And this coke we need to grind into coke powder. And this takes 1 coke every 12 seconds. Interesting, so we need 2 grinders behind that. How do I set that up? I'd almost like... Okay, how about let's try something here. Let's try something here. Can we have a furnace here? Can this work? Then we put the Athanator pointing backwards. Okay, and so this is getting the charcoal on the blue output. Does it matter? Not entirely. Well, somewhat. Yeah, because I think I lean the other way. Is the only reason it matters. So we need to take this and put it back on the belt that's gonna be here. Let's materialize this belt real quick. So we're going to have a fuel belt here. And then we have a belt here that somehow feeds this. We're going to need to see how the belts are spread out and where it comes from, where it goes, all that good stuff, but for now we're not too worried about that. Okay. Oh, I have an idea. We could use a priority merger, not for the priority, but for the merging capacity. Oh, filter splitter, not priority splitter. I was like, is there an error in the name or something? So we could try to use a merger here. Oh, but this is bulky. Is it really worth? No, because we would have to have like a splitter and then a merger. I don't think it would work. This is already difficult to manage. So how do I do this? Because I'm going to need 2 grinders here. Hey Zeta, how are you doing? Welcome in. How is it going today? I'm on a quest for coke today. It's a chill weekend, nice. We're working on big coke production. This is probably not even full scale. I don't think that's gonna work. You've seen that thing in the research tree, but you haven't used it yet? Yes, so what makes coke difficult? At least in the way I'm trying to do it, which is the cheap way. You could just grind coal, right? Yeah, the output is random. So that's the difficult part to deal with. So you have 2 ways to make it. Either you grind coal, and then it's very easy, it's very straightforward, but it's much more expensive. Or you put charcoal powder in the athanator, but then the output is random, and you have to deal with charcoal output of the athanator. So you're using some charcoal to make the charcoal powder that you put in the athanator, and then you get charcoal back, right? You like nice and deterministic random results make your head hurt? Well, it's not that bad because you can just treat it as half the output, right? It's a 50-50, so if it has a 50% chance of outputting charcoal every 3 seconds, it's just outputting 1 charcoal every 3 seconds in average. So, like, the randomness isn't so much the problem is we have an ingredient that's also a product. And so you have a loop in your system that you need to take into account. That's, at least for me, that's the difficult part. But like 50% probability of getting 1 coke every 3 seconds is just getting 1 coke every 6 seconds, really. So it's 10 coke per minute. And actually, they did it nicely. If you set a recipe here, it tells you this is getting produced at 10 per minute, and that's the average rate. This is getting produced at 20 per minute, that's the average rate. So you can just treat it as, yeah, I get 10 coke per minute, I get 20 charcoal per minute. But then I need to reprocess the charcoal. Ooh, entering the chisdom to grab some foam d'ambert. Ooh, getting 22% foam d'ambert Zeta for a grand total of 79%. Getting there, yeah. You're very close. It might happen next time, actually. At this rate. So that's what I'm trying to deal with here. So we are producing charcoal here, grinding it down, and feeding it to the athanator. But then I need 2 grinders at the output here, and 2 grinders at this output here. So it's nicely separated, like one output is going to be charcoal, the other one is going to be coke. But I don't know how I'm going to deal with separating them, is the question. Let's see. Yeah, I don't think it's worth it, really. I don't think it's worth it, having it like that. I think I might as well just have it a little bit longer. Then we can have like an input here. At least our belts are fast enough that it's not a problem. We have the perfect belt speed for that build. Right, so we say the charcoal comes out on the blue side. Should I lean the other way? I think I should lean the other way. Okay, so we have charcoal coming out here. Then what I can do is have 2 grinders. I think we might as well just have them here. We have one fed like this. And I guess the other one, it doesn't really matter where we put the elevator. So I suppose we can do that. Let's go. And then we can have this. And a little bit of an elevator here. Like that. Okay. Well, technically I don't need to have 2 full grinders. I could have a grinder that's shared between the 3 of them. But I might as well, right? I think I might as well have it like this. Does this look okay? I think it does, honestly. Wait a minute. I could make things slightly better, I think, by doing this. Because then I have more space over here. So this is going to be the coke output, and I need coke powder. Right. And so what I can do here... is do something like this. I can have an elevator. Maybe like this. And then let's see, maybe I can have the grinders in the middle here. So that means... my belts come out here. And then I need 2 grinders. Just like that. I mean, it would be nice to keep it on this footprint. Ooh, Sven entering the cheese zone to become 24% Fessel. Nice. I like Fessel. Welcome into the cheese zone. It's your first time entering the cheese zone, isn't it? Or is it the second time? Yes, so ideally I'd like to keep it on a 3 wide footprint here. And ideally I'd really like to have, I don't know, like the output somewhere on this slide. So this is not ideal. Can I do any better? Maybe what I could do... That's why I'd like to use this space, but this space doesn't seem to be enough. That's my problem here. Really? Isn't it? I really would like to make it work. I'm sure there's a way to. Let me just take out this slice. Nope. So we have more space to think and move around the build. Right. So we want to make this work, and we probably have, I'd say, at least a box here. That's probably my minimal setup. Hey, Hebe! Entering the cheese zone to grab some brie. Nice, 287% brie. That's a lot. Hebe is very, very brie. That's not an insignificant amount of brie. Sven Brie. Hi, Hebrie. Oh my god, the puns. The puns. Hang on. Let's send Sven to the dungeon. Here you go. Okay, and I cannot have stuff on the bottom layer of these boxes. And so the blue output is the charcoal. So I'm thinking... maybe... it's a complicated one. It is. I mean, really, like, we're working on this layer here. So we're going to need an elevator to take the coke out and do something with it, right? And we're going to need an elevator to take the charcoal and do something with it. This does offer the opportunity to do something like that. Hello? Why is this freaking out? Sometimes this game just decides to freak out about something, and you have no idea why. Okay, so this could work. Can I have lab stones on top of these? No, I can't, huh? And higher ones? Neither. I mean, there is a world where I go one further. And I actually have the grinders on this level. That is a possibility. How goes the factory? The factory is doing okay. We are working on a big coke production. But it is difficult. It is a difficult one to set up because of the ratios, basically. Because this needs 120 charcoal powder, but it produces charcoal back that in turn produces charcoal powder. So basically it feeds itself 20 charcoal powder per minute once it's going. So that means it needs 100 charcoal powder per minute input, and these guys produce 15 per minute each. Which means I need to have 20 of them and 3 of these machines to have a chance to be on ratio. Right, so that's going to be a big build. And we're trying to compact the Athanator. So this has 2 outputs. This has a coke output and a charcoal output. And I need 2 grinders for each of these outputs. Well, technically I need 1 grinder, I think, for this. Let's see. Coke. No, I need 2 grinders for coke. And I need like a grinder and a third for charcoal. But so either like I put these 3 grinders in common and then I have to respread it, or I just have 2 extra grinders basically. And I think I'm leaning towards having extra grinders that are not gonna be working full time, but that's fine. Though meanwhile, and I'm pretty happy about that, we are making a ton of profit. Yeah, our shop reputation is at 0, and that's because there's a lot of research we have technically discovered that we aren't making. Yeah, so because it's already gonna be a big build, I'm trying to compact it, and in particular I'm trying to have the Athanator in this space here. I could have like another layer with the Athanator, but I'd prefer to have it in this space. So I'm trying to work that out. And, well, I'm not sure I am. I am not sure I am. Well, maybe... Maybe, I mean, I could have a merger here. That could work, actually. To merge these 2 inputs vertically. As far as I know, that's the only kind of device that allows me to merge things vertically. And then I could go this way. Like that. I mean, that works. It does. It stays within the footprint that I have assigned to this. I mean, yeah, it could work. That's an interesting one. And so, technically, I can do basically the same with the coke. I can have like a stand here. Question is, do I do this on this side? Or do I go above this? I'm thinking maybe we go above this. That might be okay. So we would need stands over here. This needs to be a block. Wait a minute. Maybe I need to go one higher. I think I do. Oh, wait. If I'm going to be like that, I can do it on the other side, but work differently. And I think it's going to be better in the sense of we are not going as high overall. No, it does have to go out this way, does it? Okay, and then we split here. So we have... Hello? A belt here. This can technically be just blocks. I'm even going to use beams, I think, because they look better. So we can have two grinders like this. This fits this grinder, this splits to go to the top grinder. So we have two grinders here. It's gonna go over, isn't it? If I try to apply the same principle and to use a merger like this, it's going to go outside of the footprint. And that's not great, because it means these two wouldn't go side by side, really. Okay, so I don't like having that. Then I can have an elevator right here. I need to go one higher. So this needs to be one higher. I need a block here. And I need an elevator here. Once again. Then I can go... I mean, in this case I could go with my elevator over here then. Because this is definitely within the footprint. Yeah, sure. We take the 2 grinders. We feed the second grinder. And then, I mean, technically, I could just go and merge them the standard way for these. I have the space, and I think it will be more space efficient in terms of height. Because I need to go one higher if I want to use the merger method. If I don't need to go one higher. Because I can just do that on both sides, really. And this can just be an elevator going down. And so that's my output for cock. And so this is the belt that loops back the charcoal. And this is the cock output. So do I have to have this one like this? I think I do. I think I do because of the fact that I cannot build on this block here. Unless I do shenanigans. This is a mess. I love it. This is a huge mess. If this was just like one wider, it would make things slightly easier in terms of that mess. I love it. Do we really go with this? Also, we can remove, like... I mean, it is a lot more compact. Than whatever else we could do. There's also the option of just like bringing things out and just having one more layer where we actually process the stuff. That's also an option. Or actually, can we process it below? No, we can't. If we have the furnace here, we cannot process below. Unless we put the furnaces on stilts. Or unless we do processing below the table saws. No, that's an idea. I don't know. It feels a bit far-fetched. I mean, it would definitely work. We have a lot of space below the table saw that we could use to do all sorts of stuff. Like, let's see. If I have... let's take beams. One, two, three. Poof. So that's a 5. Let's assume we have something like that. Actually, it's twice that, isn't it? To support the table saws. So that's like 10. 15, so that's 5 table saws, and I think we have 10 of them. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, we have 10 of them. So that's 5 table saws in theory. Nope. Ah! Yep. So if we had this... we need... Okay, so this is 3 spaces. If we double that, we have 6 spaces, so once every 2 spaces is basically an Athanator feed. We could make it so that happens. So, for example, this space could be an Athanator feed. And so then we could make it... do we want it like that? Maybe not even like that. Maybe we actually want them reversed. Like, we could very well reverse things. Also, that raises the question, how do we route the charcoal back and the fuel in? Maybe we go one higher. And that means we put the furnaces on stilts. So if we do that, we need to go 2 higher, actually. Yeah. Sure. Not that much. I mean, this is still gonna be shorter than that. And I think more aesthetically pleasing. Because what I don't like about this is how ugly it is, right? That's the main reason for this redesign. If we're honest. Oh, come on. Which gives me really a huge amount of space at this point. And so then we have the furnaces. On these, right? Yeah. And then of course they need to be actually on that. Because I don't think I can put a furnace directly on this. Can I? No, I can't. It needs to be fully supported. I mean, I could technically have lab stands below the furnace. And then I would need to go only one higher. Actually, yeah, let's maybe do that. Ooh, just in time. Pulleys are going. That's pretty good. I think we must be out of health potions by this point. The store is rich. Oh, you haven't even seen the chests. Let me just show you. So, on me right now, I have 93 silver, right? Are we producing any fertilizer at the moment? Not really. First, let me just check real quick. So this is still backed up. This is still hugely backed up. Maybe like... half a stack consumed here. And health potions. Oh, we should finally be producing health potions. Let's go. I do have some soap on me. Is there a world where I can put some soap into the system? I don't think there is. There is no chest to feed the soap. Let me just add a chest to feed the soap, even if it's inefficient. Oh, it does it. I don't care. I just want to get rid of these 23 soap that have nothing to do on. Okay, so yeah. That's my silver buffer. I have 1300 silver just sitting in a chest. And that's after all the distribution system of the factory is full of silver. Oh, lit. We are at the lit number of silver. Yeah, so like this is my main feeds for the factory, these two outputs. And this is all backed up. So every build buys its own stuff, etc. Everything's backed up. And we still have 1300 silver left. We are not running out of silver anytime soon. That's for certain. Okay, so let's say... So each of these processes 3 machines, technically. Well, 6... Is it 6 crucibles? It's like 100 divided by 15. How much is it? It's a mess, is what is it? It is. It's somewhere between 5 and 6, basically. Oh, actually 6 and 7. Thank you, Valastani. Yeah, I should use calculate. Not a round answer is the answer. Yeah, that's my problem here. That's the whole problem. So I'm like feeding to each of these Athanators 6 inputs, so that's 3 of the table saws, plus like a fraction of the next table saw, the 4th table saw. Hey Guppy, how are you doing? How goes the factory? Pretty good. We're working on a big coke production. Do I have water treatment for fish tanks yet? I mean, I have a ton of charcoal, if that's what you're talking about. We've been producing charcoal for a long time, but right now we're working on, like, better charcoal. We're working on coke. Maybe I want to focus a bit more on how I say coke. I don't know that I can. Or add coal to it? Why? I really don't see why. Ooh, Guppy's on a 10 stream squeak. When I say quickly, it sounds like cock? Too bad that crazy rooster isn't in here. If I want a bit production of that, that's fine. Just making sure that is what you want, though. So let's see here. I think, like, we don't have to have that. These can all be lab stands if we need them to. The O in coke is pronounced like O in oats. Coke. Is that better? Can you imagine a whole refinery process and at the end of the line, roosters pop out of the furnace? There you go, I got it. But that's pretty much what I've been pronouncing the whole time, isn't it? Maybe was thinking of a row of dildos flopping in all colors and of the rainbow. It's not how I've been pronouncing it. Oh well. How does that work? So maybe we can have grinders. We're grinding for coke. Coke? I don't know. I'm bad at pronouncing stuff. That sounds too much like something I'd actually do. I mean, if the game wants me to, I'll engineer it. I have no problems with that. I told you. Though I have a feeling that's not really what the game is going to ask me to do, unfortunately. We could go one further, technically. There's no real reason for this to be here. And then that would mean... I could have something like that. So let's say I have an input belt that comes in here. Then a belt that freaks out over here. And then another belt that also freaks out over here. And then I can have two grinders. One on top of the other. Right there. And that all fits within the footprint of this build. Does it? I want to check that the belt below is connected, because I've had too many times where belts like wouldn't connect properly. And I don't want my beautiful build to be ruined by a rebellious belt. Well, I mean, Alastor is French. You know, all French are big lovers of all things. The French disease did not get its name from them fighting, if you catch my drift. Sword fighting? To be fair, the name of the country changed depending on where you were in the world, but I get it. Which one was called the French disease, then? Syphilis. Right, yeah. It's not called the French disease over here. curiously. I don't know if we had a nickname for it, to be honest. I think we do, but I can't remember it off the top of my head. Okay. And then a belt. Okay, so that's my 4 grinders. And so then I need 2 output. Oh wait, these don't go that squished against it, do they? I need to have a space in here. Like there is a space for the fuel to be sent back. And so that's precisely what we need to think about right now. How do we bring the stuff down and how do we bring it back up? Because if I go with that, that's all well and good, but how? Or I could have it all on a single belt output and then resort it. That might also be a clever way to deal with things. French probably called it the English disease. It wouldn't have surprised me so much, to be fair. Apparently called it the Naples disease. Oh. You know, it got its name due to the hospital in Strasbourg, where in the French Quarter, there was a syphilis hospital, so the local Germans met only the sick French people, most of whom were former soldiers. That is how the name came to be. Interesting, I didn't know that. And I've lived several years in Strasbourg, but I've never heard of that. Very interesting, actually. Yeah, we could just have a sorter, but then it would mess. It would mess with things. Germans and Brits called it the French disease, the French called it the Napolitan disease, the Russians called it the Polish disease, and the Polish called it the German disease. Just everyone pointing at the people they didn't like. Yeah, which is... I mean, it's a big classical thing for these kind of diseases, especially since a lot of the time it was caused by soldiers who were like just going around and raping people or stuff like that, or going in campaigns and having relations with prostitutes, and that's where they would get it. Like regular civilians would never usually get it, right? So the only point you predominantly see the disease is from soldiers, and where are the soldiers going? Well, they're going to wage war in the countries we don't like. So neighbor countries we're at war with. So obviously you're like, oh, everybody catches it when they go to this country. Web soldiers go, prostitutes follow, yeah. So yeah, it makes a lot of sense that it would always be called in each country based on the countries we're at war with, and yeah. Girls gotta eat, yeah. Oldest profession in the world, isn't it? Some are even used as spies. Some still are used as spies. I'm pretty sure. Okay, so I'm really thinking about making this filter based. I think it would solve a lot of my output issues. Because here my current problem is I need to route 4 belts through a 3 wide space. And that's not the easiest thing in the world. But if it becomes 2 belts, so one for charcoal and coke powder. Well, one for charcoal, one for coke powder, and one for charcoal, sorry, and coke, and one for coal powder, one for coke powder. Then that solves a lot of my issues. But also, I don't know. I am indecisive. Wait, no, actually, we don't need the space here. That space goes further. My bad. To be fair, it could go here. It could absolutely go here. And maybe it should if I'm going to have this working like that. In which case, probably I move this like to the neighboring space. Yeah, I think we do. Then I do have a problem about how to merge. Wait, do I? No, maybe I don't have this problem. We'll see. We'll have to see, but what I think we do then... I'm sorry, I'm very indecisive of what to do about my build. It is a problem when you try to do a slightly overcomplicated build with a lot of unnecessary optimization. Which I know I'm doing, right? It's not like I don't know I'm overcomplicating things. I do, I absolutely do. And so I think in this case... this goes straight out. Oh, actually... Then maybe I have the output even higher. Because my furnace input is gonna be one higher than that. So actually maybe I revert that. That's another valid option. And so then... this is my output. And given that this is like the first furnace, that's perfect, right? And so this is gonna be coke powder. This needs to be coke powder. I could even have all the coke processing in one of the units. Yeah, why not? Why am I not doing that? Hang on a minute. Yes. Let's do this. Maybe that's slightly overkill. Hang on. Alright, so... let's clear out a bunch of things. So here we are going to have stones. Well, probably stones. And we are making 3 ethanators. So that's 6 grinders working on the coke. Right. Then output right here. Then we have an elevator here. Maybe I need the belt first. Elevator. Alright, so all goes in here, perfect. And... all of this. And that's my output. Big coke output. Okay, then we can have elevator here, maybe a block. These can be lapstones. Well, technically they could be blocks, couldn't they? No, we really don't need anything here. These could all be blocks. Or beams. Do I make it beams? Sure. It's annoying because it means... Well, I could... Would I? I could try... No, I don't think it would work. Okay, ID. What if I take all these, I cut it, then I go like this, and then I say lock the Z-axis, and you place this here. Does this work? Confirm. Yes, it does. Let's go. Is this connected properly? Probably not. I need to reconnect the belts. Probably that means I need to reconnect. Well, I haven't connected belts yet, so... That part is fine. And this does need to be lampstones. Okay, so this is taking... So this is taking an input belt of cork and outputting all the cork powder of the build. That is great. And so then, like, I have stones that can go this way. That's great. So far so good. So I have my furnaces on top of that. And my saw tables. So here what I'm saying is I'd like an Athanator to be effectively like right here. That wouldn't work very well, would it? Because it's not in front of a hall or anything. Do I have to though? Kinda. I kinda have to. Also, one thought here. How do I bring down the stuff? Right? Because if I bring, like, if I say, oh, I put elevators down, that works, but then it cuts off the fuel belt. That's going to also be on that side of the furnaces. And I really haven't given myself the space to have both of these come through. Vertically, so if we say, okay, this is coke powder. We'll have to have charcoal come down like somewhere at this level. Really? So this, let's see. We could have charcoal come in 4 in, I think. Something like that. And so here we're going to have a furnace like this with its grinders all sent to the side and down the elevator. Yeah, it pretty much has to be like that. So we need a layer here. That means so... Let's say we have charcoal coming down. That's going to interfere with the coke too. I mean, it doesn't have to come all the way down. It could come down to like a second level. Well, it would need to be below the furnaces though. Hey Cody, how are you doing? Welcome in. Do you want to join, Cody? So it needs to be on ground level at this level. But it doesn't have to be on ground level all the way, is my point. This is a bit of a nightmare to design. I'll be honest. Just finished movie night and know you're needed in Echo. Okay, have a great time in Echo then. How do I solve that? I'm trying to make things way too compact. It's not working out well. I mean, this is okay. Like, this module is okay. I could give myself a little bit more vertical space. And then we could make it work. Relatively easily. I don't know. I don't know. Because let's see, if we say, okay, I have an input, I'm taking like half of this. Actually, maybe we go a little bit further on the input. Then I'm taking half of this, breaking it to... Well, really I need to take it up twice, right? If I want to process it vertically. So we can be like, hey, go up one level. I mean, if we're talking about like charcoal powder, I don't even really need to go up one level, right? If I just want to process two of them... Oh my god. Oh, we sold nearly 100 soap today. That's nice. People are being clean in this city. We're doing all the dirty work for them. Look at that. 25 silver profit. I don't even need to be that complicated. Really, I can just do it like this. I mean, that's enough, isn't it? Have I been stupid this whole time? How many can I fit in here? I mean, yeah, I have. Oh my god. Yep. I've definitely been stupid. Okay. Yeah, so let's redesign a bunch of stuff then. Because this can pretty much replace this whole thing. I mean, we can think a little bit about input and output and stuff like that. But that's really all there needs to be here. If we want to go to stage, we can also... And that might be easier to go to stage to manage other space requirements around. Actually, let me revert all that. Hang on. Yes, demolish all this. Actually, let's have them one further. In the center. Because then we can go, hey, take an input. I don't know, an output like this. my bad. Da-da-dum. This can be... Wait, no. This can't be like this. Yeah. Like that. Okay, and so this is my output. So that's my module here. That completely replaces this. No, not what I wanted. Area select, please. Thank you. And so, like, maybe we can have it here. Alright. Okay, so this can be all the coke grinding for the entire build. And so I'm thinking, if we need to internally have our coke supply like at this level everywhere, we could have it routed like underneath here actually. And then just poke out. I think that's the solution here. No, don't remove that one. We remove this, and we remove that. This can stay, honestly. Alright. And so here we can have a belt. That's going to go all the way there. And then it can just poke out once every like 3 blocks. Like this. So that we feed the furnaces. Yeah, I think that makes sense. I think that makes sense. Let's do... We might have later to like redesign things slightly if we need to have like 2 levels going on or something. But at least we'll know where the outputs of coke are. And we could have like the general... If we wanted a general output with a priority splitter, do we really need a priority splitter? I mean, we could have a priority splitter here. It could be useful. Just... I don't know that it fits very well. I suppose it would output priority on yellow. I think that's how it would work. It's not really the way I would like it. Are there other mods? No, the yellow is always on the same level as the input. And so, like, it could go below here. But then it would make routing of stuff awkward. So let's just not mess around with that. It's fine, we can have the output on this side and whatever. I'm not too fussed with that. Okay, so that's cork handled. Except we need to route the cork over here, of course. But we can probably do that. So let's see, we have 3 levels below where we could route stuff. So we could say, okay, this is... Hang on, wrong direction. This is where coke goes, right? Would be here. So this could be where we declare that coke goes. And we could have one higher charcoal. Oh, actually, it's only 2 below. My bad. So we could declare that charcoal goes on this layer. Which does mean that we need to remove like these 2 things. And probably, honestly, all of these. But we'll see. Wait, no, not in this space, because this is... No, that's fine, that's fine. Yeah, that's where the space between the furnaces and the table saw. This is fine. And then above there we have 1 level left. for charcoal powder, but really charcoal powder is over here. Charcoal powder just needs to be sent back to its Athanator once it's processed. I think a big part of what we're struggling with is that we have 5 white spaces. We don't actually need 5 white spaces. We could have like 3 white spaces and work with this kind of unit. Hey Zera, how are you doing? Welcome in, welcome in. Zera has gathered his party, ventured forth, and arrived here. May we stay here for a while? Yes, of course. How did Alchemy Factory go? How goes the addiction? We're working on coke here. You hope I'm doing well today? I'm doing great, thank you. Yeah, we're working on the coke production. And we're way overcomplicating things. I can quit whenever I want. Yeah. So do I say. And yet I keep getting to bed at 3 AM because I couldn't stop. It's a problem. But yeah, so we're working on coke production here, and I'm trying to compact things because I don't want... So that was my basic layout, right? To have like table saws, then I make charcoal powder basically, and then I send stuff in this Athanator. But then I need to grind stuff down. I mean, I could have things on the side like that, but I don't really like this design. Then I went for a second design where I ended up with a monstrosity. So like the table saws would be there, and then I would have my Athanators in line with the crucibles for charcoal powder. But this is huge and ugly, so I don't like that. So we're working on version 3. Ooh, 3 stream streak there. Thank you for the stream streak. Thank you for streaking in chat. So we're working on version 3 here, and what we're going to have is table saws goes over here. Then we are going to have the furnaces and Athanators elevated on this line. So basically this same setup, but instead of boxes, I'm building underneath the table saws. Also, because of ratio reasons, I have to go with like 10 table saws and 3 Athanators. So it's going to be a huge coke build. Also, chat has been chastising me for mispronouncing coke. I'm doing my best, okay? Chastising is a bit much. I bet Hebe has been giggling this whole time, to be fair. I'm willing to bet Hebe's been giggling like a teenager the whole time. I'm innocent. Aliens did it. Also, you have no proof. Uh-huh. Don't I? Right, so yeah, so I was saying, here I have worked on the idea that I'm going to have 5 long beams on top of that, and then the table saws sit on top. It is possible that hearing me talk about corks and cork dust would make someone giggle. I see. I see. But I think that's actually a bad idea. I should work based on the idea that these modules are 3 wide. And so I basically like remove these beams here. Yeah. I think it's a better approach. And then I take this. And I just shift it. And oh they... You wonder what that someone could be, right? Wait for them to add machine heat in the next patch and this factory is going out in flames. We technically already have a heat concept, but it stays like it's used, it's not escaping. All the heat is used. Ooh, at least I managed to select things in time. Okay, so let's assume that we do this, right? Then this we remove because we're going to be routing stuff underneath. Oh, come on. Yeah, no, that's a bit overkill. Thank you. Okay, next. We're getting there, chat. We're getting there. Okay. Where's my input? Okay, so first of all we can have the cork powder over here. That's only half the build, by the way. Contained? What did I say? What did I say again? Right, so this would be cork output, I think? Yeah, this would be the cork output on the bottom side. Like this. So this goes in here, gets crushed, ground down into cork powder. So then we can have charcoal. should I really have it on this level? No, I can't. I can't have the cork output on this level, but I can have the charcoal at the bottom. Okay. Control Z. Unfortunately, the Control Z doesn't exist, so we're just going to have to remove all of that. Actually, which is which? So wait, if this is... So on this side is charcoal. So if we revert it, on the left side is charcoal. Okay, so that's already on the right orientation. Perfect. I accidentally made it right. Okay, no, that's not how I want this to be. I'm going to need to set up my elevator first. So let's have cork go on this level. Yeah, that's the right height for cork. And then I can go like this. So this is charcoal. I elevate half of the charcoal, and basically the other half is getting ground down. Wait, I only need 2 of them. I just need 2 grinders here. Why am I doing that? Like, there's no need to go that complicated for this build. My bad. I'm overcomplicating things again. Though I am going to have them like this. And then my output... E. Ah! Alright. So I can output back on the Athanator. Yep. And so this... I think this works. I think we basically have the skeleton for a complete build here. So let me see about this one. I know it may not look like a complete build, but that's pretty much a complete build we have right now. Off to bed, have a great night, Hebe. Thank you for being here. You cutie. Okay, so this is feeding... This works, right? Yeah. So this is feeding coke powder to the furnace. And so this is our Thanator furnace. And this can be... the regular furnace. Technically this doesn't even need to have any stilts underneath. Yeah. Let's go, so crucibles over here. And the Athanator here. We can have it leaning on this side. Should I? Technically... Let me think. We say that we need 6 and a bit crucibles. Like 6 2/3 of a crucible. That's the problem, right? So we do somehow need to merge the inputs here. Let me have the grinders in front of the crucibles. Somehow we need to merge these inputs. How am I going to do that then? Because... So I could just take from here and feed in here. And be like, yeah, these 3 feed directly in here. But then how on earth do I bring anything else here? Or I could... Well, if I'm going to have an extra line on the outside, I don't have to do the fuel feed from this side, do I? That's a good point. The fuel feed could very well happen on this side, but it just reverts the problem. It doesn't actually change the problem. Or I could go like 1 tile wider and like bring the stuff up here. That would absolutely be a valid way to do things. But is there anything better I can do? I suppose is the question. Can I... Is there any way I can merge things without using a 2x2 space, basically? I mean, unless I'm on belts, but like with elevation change is the problem. Is there a 1x1 merger, vertical merger? I can't merge in a lift. I wish I could feed lifts from both sides, but I can't. The storage box could help if it wasn't so huge. Or I could merge underneath. I could merge underneath the furnace for the Athanator. I could have something like... Yeah, I think that's what we have to do here. Something like that. And then... these three can merge. Yep. That works. And so then I can have like 2 blocks here. It doesn't matter what they are. And these need to be lab stand though. And I can have the furnace right here. With my Athanator. Where's the Athanator? Right. And one output goes in here, other output goes over here. Alright. And so, like, this could basically just feed to the side then. Yeah, that totally works. Totally does. And so we have to copy this basically. Right here. And I'm pretty sure the same goes over here. Right, yeah. It's 1 space 2, 1 space 2, 1 space 2. Okay. So I think definitely this one is abandoned. Okay, more materials back. Right, so basically we repeat this pattern. Except for that part. That part is unique to the build. Technically I could have it per thing. But I prefer to have it for the whole build. Really. And so I just need to finish figuring out the design here. I could just encase this in beams. That's really all there is to it. So that's 6, and so technically like this needs to steal a little bit from its neighbor, and we need to slowly shift the responsibilities across. But other than that, we're good on this. Okay. So let's take this bad boy, we copy it. This can get removed because I'm not sure it's in the right place. I'm going to lack planks. We're almost there. Only 3 hours to design a single build. Also, I need more coffee. We have ads in 10 minutes, so we're going to take a 5-minute break in 10 minutes. And that will allow us all to get more coffee. Let me grab some planks. I'm just going to leave this initial build over there for now, so I have a reference. What's going on here? Why is it yellow? I don't know. Doesn't seem to matter too much. Yeah, and then we just need an extra furnace, right? Okay, so this takes from these sticks. Technically I could have... No. It would be a mess. Let's not start going into that. I was like, oh, I could have an extra crucible here. But no, I can't. I really can't. Right. So this is... So this is 2 1/3. 3, 4, 5. Six. Hello? So let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 1/3, and so I need to have only 1/3 of this. So this is sending 2/3 on this side, and so this is 1 2/3, 2, 3, 4, and 2/3, and so I need 2 extra ones, which is just basically this. Though it needs to be reversed, so let's just... I don't know, we can copy that, for example. And paste it again, and just remove this extra crucible from the end. Okay, and yeah, of course... Right. Okay, so that's all good. I feed all 3 of these Athanators with whatever they need. Yep, so every time I'm shifting basically by 1 crucible the point where they meet. And let's remove these for now. And we can just have this structure in front of the Athanators. Yeah, because for example, like, this is not gonna be like that. Definitely not. So we steal this. I mean, we copy it. This goes right against the furnaces. Yep. And so the 1 year error was just the one that already existed. That's perfectly fine. And then all we need is these two bad boys. Like this, I think. Yep. I am lacking nails. Come on, I'd like to finish that part of the build before the ads. Then it will be mostly the table saws and aesthetics. I don't know why it doesn't preserve. The orientation of the blueprints. Also, like, there's never gonna be... Well... At least not right now. So let's remove this, so there's never gonna be cork on that. Yep. Yeah, okay, I like that. And we could have... We'll have to think here. I don't know if we elevated the table saws by one, possibly. It is a possibility. Or if we... Because we have these in the way of where the table saws belts would go, usually. But we could just back them up by one. That's also a possibility. Okay, but we have ads in 1 minute and 30 seconds. So we're just going to take a quick break, a quick 5 minutes break. And we'll be right back, so don't go. And we are back. And it seems I have slightly mistimed things. Some of you may still be in ads. But let's go back to the game either way. Alright, so let's see. Ah, we're fully back. Perfect. Just in time. So I didn't actually mistime things then. So one thing I am thinking here... Is there a way? No, there's no way I can have this elevator down here, is there? That wouldn't really work. Because, so, let me... Let's see, if we have, like, boxes back here that represent where the table saws are gonna be... It's basically a 3 wide repeating pattern, this whole build, isn't it? Except we have an extra bit at the end. It's the extra bit that's annoying. Okay, so we'd like the table saws to be like this, right? Extra bits? Yeah, we have an extra bit here because this is 10 wide. This is 10 table saws wide. So it's a three furnaces repeating pattern, one the Athanator and two with crucibles on either side. But at the end we have one extra furnace with two crucibles extra. Because each Athanator needs six crucibles and 2/3 of a crucible. Which makes everything a mess. And so now we're going to want to have the table saws on top of this. And each table saw feeds two crucibles, right? So like this could easily have a belt that goes in, and here that's not a problem. It's this one that's a problem. How do we make this one feed these two crucibles? I may have an idea. Maybe if we elevate the output of this table saw, like we have a space here where we could have an elevator. So we elevate the output. Oh, do we actually have to? We could even like go down by one and use this space. This space is unused. And the table saws need to go up by one anyway. I may be onto something here. Three and 5 have a lowest common denominator. Just make it bigger. That's already what we did. Right? Because so one Athanator takes 120 charcoal powder input per minute, right? But it also... So it produces 10 coke per minute, but it also produces 20 charcoal per minute, which in turn turn into 20 charcoal powder per minute. So effectively, each Athanator needs an input of 100 charcoal powder per minute. And each of these grinders and crucible combinations, each of these pairs output 15 charcoal powder per minute. So best we could do was to have 20 of them, which produces 300 charcoal powder per minute, which is 3 Athanators, right? But then it gets more complicated. Because then it's not a full number of furnaces. More math? Yeah. Yeah. Okay, but what if here we have something like this? We take the output of the table saw, we put it on this side, and then over here we can have just blocks, I suppose. 1, 2, 3, 4 blocks. No, actually not 4. Just 3. Finger acted faster than brain here, or something like that. And then we do something like this. We feed this. And then we can route the wood on this level. And that should work, I believe. And so this would obviously need like a stand on top. And this takes a stand on top. And this one can be boo, 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 boo. This, you go here. End of day. We need spreadsheets. I actually did start a spreadsheet for this game. I wanted to check what was cheaper in terms of fuel per minute, fuel per cost. Well, what was the cheapest fuel? Right? And I found out that actually coke powder is technically cheaper than the other fuel that we're currently using. So I decided on actually using it. I wasn't decided whether it was kind of a, hey, you can have a more powerful fuel but actually more expensive, that reduces your profit margin, or whether it was a case of, yeah, genuinely, yeah, like this is a better fuel for you. Could have been either, right? This needs to be blocks, I think. Right, so I think... No, actually this does not need to be blocks. What am I doing? Yeah, this is fine. I think I will, even though it's slightly more expensive than required, have this whole thing be scaffolding. Okay, and then we need beams. So if I'm correct, like this needs to be a block. And then we can just have beams like that. And so this can be my table saw. Nice. Let me just remove these placeholder table saws. So we may work on that one. Hey, owner of dragons, how are you doing? Welcome in. How is it going? Okay, so I think for that one, we are going to need little stones like this. Tier 5 Alchemist, welcome welcome to the Alchemy family. Just been spending 8 or so hours redesigning your base. Yeah, we've been in a bit of a base redesign as well. So we used to have like our plants being made in here and all our flax stuff over here, etc. I started to... So this is our basic fertilizer builds. Each of these 2 builds... wait, 2 or 3? No, 2. So, well, technically each of these 4 builds produces 45 basic fertilizer per minute, right? But they're mirrored, so I have 2 builds. Well, in total I have 180 fertilizer per minute with this. And so what we're doing, this is way not enough, by the way. What we are doing now is sending the fertilizer up. So we have planters over here with a lot of flax and some seed. And the output goes upwards to here, where we have this is ropes production. Over here would be linen production, and then we have healing potions production, which are actually running now. For a long time we had a lot of backup for a lot of these, like this is all backup, so as long as this has anything in it, we will not be producing bandages. And yeah, we're producing bandages here. So yeah, we have a lot of backup for a lot of these builds because the storage for the initial build was way overbuilt. And we even have manual storage down there because we just had so much that we couldn't even fit it in a big box. And yeah, same for ropes. So yeah, all the flax-based productions. Over there we have a soap build that I'm pretty proud of. It's very compact, very happy with that. And last time we built a slightly overbuilt pulleys build, which can produce 2 pulleys per second. Have I installed a dispatch portal for bandages yet? I haven't installed a dispatch portal for anything yet. All the money I'm making is from shops. So yeah, we have... Pretty much we have 2 stands for each product that we are producing at the moment in the factory, except for the large gears, which we are not selling. And so right now I'm working towards steel, so I'm trying to figure out coke production. So that's what I've been working on. Advanced fertilizer changes the amount of product produced per nurseries, but for basic fertilizer the direct extract output works. Yeah. I mean, even for advanced fertilizer it will still work, right? It just means that the nurseries won't be working full time, but that's fine. They don't have to be working full time. So yeah, I've been working on this. So here the basic principle is we have table saws. We feed each table saw into 2 crucibles, 2 grinders. We feed 6 and a third of each of them in an athanator. Athanator outputs the charcoal. Come on. outputs the charcoal on this side, I believe. Which goes here, gets ground down, and gets sent back up with the charcoal powder. And then it outputs on this side the coke, which gets sent to this belt here, and all the coke gets processed on this side and ground down by 6 grinders into coke powder. And coke powder goes over here, feeds every furnace, and then we have an output over here. A Thanator uses a lot of fuel. I mean, it still should be fuel positive, shouldn't it? Like each coke powder produces 660p. Do I know about the codex for Alchemy Factory? Yes, I do. Yeah. I've been looking at it a little bit. Though in these games I prefer to come up with my own designs generally. And just do the math that I need to do and stuff like that. So let's see here, 660p. The Thanator requires 32p per second. So technically, the Thanator produces, I think we say 10 coke per minute. Yeah, 10 coke per minute. Each Thanator produces 10 coke per minute. So 6600p per minute. And the Thanator consumes 32 times 60, like 1800, 2000p per minute maybe. So we should be fine, right? You only use a codex for math about how many wood saws you need and stuff like that, yeah. There's also something, since I'm streaming, it doesn't really make sense for me to like go to an outside thing to do the math, because it's hard to follow. So that's the kind of tool that's very fine to use if you're playing alone and planning your build, etc. Like sometimes I would use this kind of tools to plan out what I'm going to do, but I wouldn't really use it during the stream, if that makes sense. Unless maybe as a visual aid for chat or something like that. But I want people to be able to follow along with my math. Right, so... yeah, so we should be fine. Yes, a Thanator is going to consume a lot of fuel, but it's not like it's going to make, like, to consume more than it's producing. Which was my assumption. We can just have beams here, I suppose. Well, we don't even need that one, to be fair. And just blocks? Yeah, why not? It's internal anyway, it's not like we're going to see it. Alright, and so here we can have a table saw. No, a table saw I said. Which goes straight in here, and then it gets split on this level and sent back up to the two crucibles. Yeah, that does work. And then we can basically just have little scaffolding structure. Uh-huh. Nope. Alright, so that feeds everybody. So I'm basically going to remove all of that. And then we can take this module and repaste it, basically. And that should be fine. Oh, come on. I'm hitting shift, not caps lock. But I should be. It is this block, right? Yes. Oh, interesting. Out of wood again. Haven't had that in about a minute and a half. Is it just me, or are we just constantly out of wood? I really need to reorganize this shop. It's fine. All right. And finally, a little tower of blocks here. I do not need... let's see. That's much harder to see than previous one, isn't it? I think even that... I think it's so hard to see. Maybe we remove that one actually temporarily, just so we can see and do the surgery that needs to be done in the middle. Actually, let me blueprint and cut. Yeah. Okay, so... Nope. Crouch. Yeah, this is the elevator right here. Okay. So this should work. I'm pretty sure. And yeah. Right, so we are feeding these two crucibles, and then we just need to add a scaffolding for the end of day. It's kind of surprising how few bandages we're selling. We're going to continue with the same structure, even though we don't actually need to have this all be in the same style structure. But just so that we can have an easier time if we ever want to tile it. Oh, come on. I'm struggling. Here we go. And what did I do here? I think I just did a small one with a block on top. Yeah, I think that's what I did. Alright, so these need to be blocks. Same as these. And then I go with the beams. And the final table saw. What kind of movie would be the final table saw? Okay, that's a build. Well, technically we still need to feed it the logs, but that's very easy. Oh my god. This was a difficult one. Yeah, I think that should work. It might be slightly difficult to start. Because we'll need to feed like an Athanator and a furnace at least. But that should work. Should we test it? Where do we install that? I think it's going to go downstairs. At the very least. Let's see. Area select. We are going to take a blueprint of it. So, you're going to be coke powder. Where is it? Ah. And you're going to be... Well, not quite 30 per minute. What just happened? I don't know, I don't think it saved it. Did it? Nope, definitely not. Well, let's try again. Good thing I didn't cut. I learned, you see, since I accidentally deleted my fertilizer build while trying to shift it by a few tiles. So, cockpowder 30 per minute. It's not entirely true, but who cares? And then we can area select this. And delete it. 900 objects. Woo! And all fits in my inventory, though it is pretty full. So, where do we build this build? Ooh. Is this still full of logs? No, it's not. So this could technically be an option. I might have to move this purchasing portal, but I think that can be done. Yes. No, I still do have a log. What do you have in here? Planks. Eeh. Eeh. I think I can put a log in here yet. Very good. Can I have a floor right here? Yes, so I do need to remove these two boxes. Fine. Yeah, that would happen. Let's go. Another log. Interesting. Well, so this can just be like a few blocks and an elevator, really. You're supplying logs. You are supplying money. You need to retarget this, but that's fine. And what else? I think that's it. It's not a lot of core per minute, isn't it? Because each Athanator is producing, yeah, 10 per minute. Okay, so let's do the math on this to actually know how much we produce. So we have 20 crucibles. And how many? 1, 2, 3. Well, 10 furnaces. Yeah, 10 furnaces and 20 crucibles and 3 Athanators. Each furnace consumes 1 per second. each Athanato 32, and each Crucible 4. So, let's calculate. We produce 30 times 660 p per minute. So times 60 to have it per second. And then we consume. We said we have 10 furnaces. So minus 10 p per second. Minus we have 20 crucibles, which each consume 4. So 4 times 20 p per second. Let me add in the units. We said 10 per second, 4 per second times 20, and minus we have 3 Athanato, which each consume 32 per second. Okay. So that's a mistake. I need to divide by 60 seconds per minute. Don't I? 30, I produce 30 per minute. Yeah. So I need to divide by 60 to know how many I produce per second. Okay, so I produce 144 p per second. And that's so 144 p per second divided by 660 to know the charcoal powder we produce. I suppose we can do it reversed. So 4.6 second per charcoal powder, or 0.22 charcoal powder per second. Or we could multiply this by 60. Uh, 13 per minute. I guess 13 charcoal powder per minute. Yeah, is the net output of the build. And that's 144 p per second. So if we go in here, we can edit this. So this is 144 p per second. And 13 coke powder per minute. That's not a huge amount. That's really not a huge amount. I'm kinda considering how many builds we need. And let's see, what does a basic like furnace build produce? For example, if we look at like this, each of these produces 15 per minute. But I think we determined that like each of these also consumes 5 per minute. Something like that. So technically they produce like 10 per minute each. And that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So that's like 1 per second. And charcoal powder is 48p. So I guess I produce 48p per second in this build. So if I had, let's see, I have 10, let's say I have 9 table saws, I would produce like 120p per second. Is that true? And here I produce a little bit more. It's not a huge amount more though, to be fair. It is more energy dense, but it's not a huge amount more, and this was nowhere near enough for the needs of the factory. So I'm thinking maybe we double it. Then maybe we could have it upstairs. Or do we want like basic fuel production to be downstairs? I kind of would prefer basic fuel production to be downstairs, to be fair. Let's see, where would I place it? I think I would place it against here. It kinda takes like 2 floor tiles basically. By 1. So we could go like this. How would this work? I think that's not bad. It leaves me room to move behind, and we could kind of double it by having a mirrored build. Though it might be a mess to mirror. Would it be a mess to mirror? Maybe not. Maybe it's not as complicated as it looked to mirror. And so then we have our output right here. Okay. Let's work with that. Let's work with that. How long is this build? It's 3... That's 9, 10, 11 long. And how long is that part? That's 6, 10 long? Interesting. So it's slightly too long to like replace, straight up replace the equivalent part of the fertilizer production. Which means it might need a redesign eventually. Yeah, we're still making good profit, at least. But hey, it's not a question for right now. A question for right now would be... I could have a purchasing portal right here. I totally could. Let's actually do that. Okay, so I want my purchasing portal. Let's see here. Oh, actually, might be more complicated than it looks. Though I could have like 5 long beams, and then it would help. Yeah, let's do that. So we can have the purchasing portal right here. You're buying logs. I'm going to have money coming down from... Oh, I need to actually come down from higher. Like this. Yep. And same for you, but inverted. What did I just do here? I misclicked somewhere, I don't know where. I think I hit T instead of R. That signed up properly. That's all fine. Oh, actually, that's going to be a slight issue. I might need my purchasing portal one further in. For practical, where do I put that beam purposes? Yeah, I kinda need to. Okay. Then I have blocks here, which does mean we have to remove these. Probably that. Right. So you're purchasing... I should put in the belts first that are downstairs. You're sending the money and you are sending logs back up. Very good. What am I doing? Oh, yes. So I think here... Yeah. So these can go here. And maybe this can work. I think this can be like, yep. Just like that. And maybe can I have a 5 long right here. And I don't know, like whatever. I should have scaffolding right here. And then I suppose I can have beams. And these can be little blocks. Yeah, that worked. It's not amazing, but it works. Okay, so hopper and belts. And these are the logs, of course, that go all the way around. Alright. So, I just need to feed this. Can I just move this one? By like a few blocks? Do you reach still? Yeah, you still reach. So... I need a catapult. That's over here, I believe. Do you reach? Yes, you do. Ah. Though I may want to have this one further, unless I can put the catapult right here. I could. This is obviously going to reach. Can I just have the hopper a little bit further? No. Come on. Does this work or not? No, this does not work. That's fine. I'm not too fussed about that. I can just have a belt. That goes to these catapults. You target this. Very good. And we should see logs start to appear over here. Let's go. Right now it's not going to work, obviously. We're just going to let this part of the build back up. What is this? The logs. Give me. I can just feed it to the build. Here we go. And let's see. So charcoal powder. Well, some of it is actually used for clay, and I don't think I produce it in place for the clay, do I? Or maybe I do. No, I do produce it in place for the clays. That's perfect. So that means like this build really only is ever used as fuel. So this can basically get removed. There's no need for this charcoal build anymore. Okay. This is great. And so this means we can use the output from this build to do both power stuff for like iron things and to be used for steel. So let's start seeing about steel. Yeah, so we're going to need coke powder and iron ingots. And that's going to make iron ingots and steel ingots. And some of these steel ingots can be used to make steel gears. And that's what we need to make the big cannons. So how much coke powder do we need? This Thanator is going to need one every 4 seconds. That's 15 per minute. That's basically more than this entire build. Oh my. Like one of these running full time, plus we're going to need like the Athanator itself being fueled. Oh my god, this is so hungry. Wow. Yeah, we're definitely gonna need more than that. I'm thinking 2 or 3 builds. Making coke powder. We could paste them side by side. I mean, yeah, I could copy this and just paste it again, right? It would work. It would definitely work. And that would be more than one seal build. Because the thing is, like, this Asanato produces basically one steel every 16 seconds. So it only really feeds one processor for steel gears, right? So if we want to both be able to produce steel gears and steel ingots, technically we'd want two Asanatos running. And this is consuming 1 iron per second, so 60 iron per minute. But this is also producing like 3 iron. Wait, every 16 seconds? Something like that? Yeah. And that is per minute. Like 11 or 12. Iron per minute. So technically this consumes about 50 iron per minute. And this one produces 1 iron every 6 seconds, so like 10 iron per minute. So we'd need to run like 5 of these into the Asanato. 5 and a bit, I suppose. And then, so we need 1 every 12 seconds. We have half of 1. So probably like we need 6 of them to run like 1 machine making nails, 1 machine making steel gears, 1 machine making like steel, and the rest is iron ingots. I suppose we can swing that. Well, we could start setting this up. So we said 5 machines and a bit for this Athanato. Oh my god. Let me just go upstairs to design. I'm waiting a little bit for this to run down. Because I don't want to deal with all the wood. So let's see, we can probably remove that. One thing I'm considering is maybe have the fuel run up there, and then we do the iron-based production up there. So like downstairs could be like fuel and fertilizer, this kind of stuff. That's not a bad idea. And yeah, I'm not even talking about the amount of builds we'd need to replace this fuel. Which, by the way, might not be enough, well, is not enough to run the furnaces that it's attached to. So, yeah. Because, yeah, here we have, like... I don't know that I actually want to do them. Because that's one furnace. Okay, let's do the math because I'm doing the math. That's one furnace, that's 1 P per second plus 3 crucibles, so that's like 13 P per second times 4 is basically what this needs, this half build. So that's 52 P per second. And we say that this does 144 P per second. And we need 4 times that. So we need... Well, technically we need more than that, but yeah. Right now we have 4 times that built. And so to feed all that, we need 208 P per second. So that's like a build and a half. That's a lot of P. Maybe Pijo has some. Maybe we should ask him. I don't know why they called... Like... I suppose it's power? But like, why don't you call it power? Or like fuel, you know? Why do you call it P and why do you call like the fertilizer vitality, I suppose, V? Anyway, okay, so let's go upstairs, because then it wouldn't be fun for the viewers when they watch French mouse streamers. Look, I'm already doing a coke build. What do you want more from me? Cheese. I mean, you can get into the cheese zone and you'll get cheese. That I already provide. I already provide with cheese. See? You're no 33% Saint-Nectaire. You can't say I didn't provide cheese. Let's say we feed in here. That seems about right. And how is it in terms of alignment? It's going to have to be... So I think we need an elevator right here. Yeah. No code is like, what's an hectare? I need to discover what this is. Or are you just plotting? So I kind of want to have... I don't know what I'm going to do with these shelves. Maybe eventually it's going to like join up. That would be kind of fun. Right. We could technically have something like this. It would kind of interfere with the window. But I mean, we can change the design of the window. To be fair, it doesn't interfere too much with the window. Ooh, I kinda like this idea. Let me try it on a slightly larger scale. Wrong key. Let's just go full scale, actually. We can, it's not like we can't dismantle it easily or anything. If we want to try it, we might as well actually try it. Like a more hard version of Brie? Hang on. I don't remember, I'm bad with names, so I need to check also what that hectare is. I mean, yeah, it's... It's kinda similar in terms of texture, I think, yeah. I'm pretty sure. It's not a cheese I'm hugely familiar with, to be fair. Why doesn't this drag? Like other buildings you can drag along, this one you cannot. One inconvenience of what I'm doing right now is that I cannot go down anymore. Maybe not all these. Maybe like 2 stacks, maybe 3. Oh wait, I already had 3. And out of planks too. Oops. Yes, so we could have something like that here. That actually looks kinda cool. I'd prefer if it wasn't like this on the side, but you know, I kinda like that. I think we're going to keep it. And so, like here, this could be very simple and easy. Oof. And then we have the cork powder output over here. Can we name it Jeff? What do we name Jeff? What are we naming Jeff? I'm confused here. What's it? I said we could keep it. Yeah, but it's an inanimate it. It's not an animal. Have you seen my floating stairs, Cody? Have I shown you my floating stairs? We can build underneath and like it doesn't interfere with windows. And it works just as well as the other ones. It's pretty cool, isn't it? I don't know what we're going to have on this. We could have a little build on here. Does it have to be an animal to have a name? Well, typically... typically it would have to. Oh, and we could even use this space to stand stuff up and down with the cannons. That could be fun. Like money, for example. Could go through here. I kinda like this idea. No? I mean, if you want to name your pet rock Jeff, you're more than welcome to, of course. What was I doing? Iron. Yes, iron and steel and nails. So we need half a furnace, half a smelter for nails, for one processor of nails. And we said 5 smelters, a bit more, for an Athanator, I think. So that means probably 6 smelters for iron. I think. Can we call the stairs Frank? Frankly, sure. You need more stone, of course. This is gonna get confusing fast, though, if everything has a name. Right, so, let's see. I think we need one more because we're going to need the Athanator, of course. Maybe like this. Come on, select a recipe. Steel. Right. So yeah, you're producing 11.2 iron per minute and 3.8 steel per minute. Right. So you're consuming a net amount of what, 11, like 3.8 iron per minute. Sure.
Thank you for the follow.
Hey, thanks for the follow. Follows are anonymous, so if anybody feels uncomfortable being called out when following, do not worry about that. But Primal Digging, thank you very much for the follow. I appreciate it a lot. So each of these produces 10 iron per minute, right? And this one consumes... We said 4? Wait a minute. I may be going way overboard here. Way overboard. Yeah, let me check my math. Because I'm certainly not so confident about my math. We are going to need a processor. Making nails. So you consume 5 per minute. And you consume like 4.8 per minute. So between you two, you basically consume like 1 furnace making iron. I really don't need 5 furnaces making iron. Although I do want 2 Athanators, I have mentioned. Always supporting the community. Yeah, thank you very much. I appreciate that. A lot. You could split them in their own section, then add lasers. Wait, what? I'm confused. I don't know if lasers are actually a thing in the game. I don't think so. We'll see, I suppose. Right, so I need 2 of them, right? Because I want a processor to make nails and a processor to make steel ingots. And so this needs like basically 1 Athanator. Yep, this needs 1 Athanator of input, so like this consumes the output of 1 of these. In terms of steel. But even then, like, this only takes like 4, 8... No, I say 4.8, right? So that's like 9.6. So that's 14.6, so basically 15 per minute. So like 1.5. Right, so... End of day. You're going to go to bed. Have a great night, Cody. Thank you for being here. Thank you for the love. How was Eco, by the way? Right, so I only really need 2 of them. Yeah, that's going to be much easier to feed than what I had in mind. Which output's gonna be steel? Which output's going to be iron? I don't know that it tells me. You're going to get this game soon? Yeah, it's a very good game. I'm really, really enjoying it. I think I'm going to turn the iron furnaces. I don't know. Maybe not, actually. We can always use a catapult. We could always have, like, boxes over here. And little catapults. The catapults really are my favorite part of the game. It's so good. The catapults and of course the cannons. I'm looking forward to, because the catapults are kinda clunky to use, but the cannons are gonna be so good. I think it's well designed. In terms of game design, I'm happy how they did it. Because the catapults are still useful, right? They're still... They're not something where you're like, oh, I don't want to use it. But they're clunky enough that you can't wait to get the cannon, despite using them. And so it makes you excited for the next feature. Okay, so I do need to have the catapults one back. Though I could have the purchasing portal in between. Nobody's saying I have to have the catapults like at the center of the machine, I think. Oh no, actually somebody's saying it. The game is saying it. My bad. And the purchasing portal is 3 wide, isn't it? Yeah. Well... I mean, I could have an extra box. It doesn't really matter. You've played a ton of factory games? Yeah, so have I. It is... So I'm playing not exclusively factory games, I'm playing a lot of like factory building, city building, colony building games, and puzzle games. That's my 2 main genres. So lots of like Factorio, Satisfactory, stuff like that, but also things more exploration based like AD Loft. We started recently. I played a lot of Subnautica in my time. and all sorts of city-based things, which is also logistics. The common denominator between these factory and city building games are logistics. Okay, so here we have coke powder, which we need to feed these furnaces with, and these athanators with. We are going to need like 30 per minute for these, plus the furnaces. So it's gonna be fairly hungry, but not as hungry as I feared it would be. I think here we can have 5 long and 2 3 longs. Yeah, that's nice. So this can be a belt. Do I go? I think we go like this. And then we have lapstones. Too high. And then we go like this. So that's my coke powder. And that's all it's needed for, right? Yeah. So I have iron ore feed. So then I need to take the iron. I'll need to figure out where the iron comes out and where the steel comes out. Do I have... Why do I have limestone on me? The heck? Who put limestone in my inventory? Where does this come from? Where does this go? Oh no, why is there a buffer in here? Why is there a full chest buffer of limestone? Cody, why? Torturing me with buffers. Unnecessary buffers. Where can I feed this? I have no idea what to do with this. Aha! That's a box to try to get rid of some of the extra limestone that we have lying around in inventories. Okay, let's take a stack of iron. I'm not going to feed it a stack of iron, but I just need to see. How much do you need? Come on. Just one. One and one. Okay, good. Oop. That's a misclick. If I've ever seen one. Yeah, I don't have the coke powder running yet. What are we doing down here? Have we finally started consuming these logs? No, not anywhere close to it. Oh my god. What to do? I could have a little priority merger set up over here. It would not include the entire build, but that would work. Yeah, let's do that. I think hopefully it takes from the priority. No, wait. Reversed. I think that's how it goes. Let me check. Upstairs. We have set this up upstairs a few times. I just can't remember how it goes. Oh, this is going now. No, the one going straight is the one that has priority. Dang it. I mean, we can... Okay, we can shift it. That's fine. So if we do this, then we, of course, have to have logs here. And then we can have a metal storage box, and that's my priority input. So now when these start consuming stuff, they will take from this box before taking from the purchasing portal. Good. Which means I should be able to start it. Feed it some charcoal. Can I feed some charcoal powder to this Athanator? Uh-huh. Is it gonna be enough heat? Ah, I might want to feed this heat too. Uh-huh. I mean, at least we are producing supposedly coke now? Yep, we are. So in theory, we should start seeing coke appearing in here. At least that's the theory. Come on. Uh-huh. Wait a minute. What? No. Wait, no, that's fine. Yeah, that works. Oh, I thought this was coke, not coke powder, but that's the output. Yeah, that's their output. Okay, so that was a coke powder that we saw go through. Oh my god, this is so hungry. Can I just like feed a bunch of them? I really shot myself in the foot with that, didn't I? I have no access to any of these. uh... Let's just keep them fed for a while. I mean, I could put logs in here to jumpstart it. That would be a lot of power. And these have started running. I think as soon as I have a full build running, it should be kind of self-sustainable. But I'm not entirely certain. Because, like, ideally you'd probably want priority splitting so it starts feeding the first furnaces, right? But hey, the first one is backing up, technically. This is consuming the planks at lightning speed. Hopefully it's not running the furnaces upstairs. If you intended to, don't. Please do not. Yeah, I think we run the furnaces a little bit. I could put planks. In a separate assembly. I mean, I have a plank assembly over here. I do have a separate one making planks. It's just that, like, at the end of the day, like, this build should be making more than it needs in terms of coke. But it needs to jumpstart. And that's always a challenge with these builds, right? I don't think I want you to output. Because technically, like, the first furnace is taking half of the belt. And then the second furnace is taking half of the belt. And then the third furnace is taking half of the belt. And basically I need 3 furnaces to be running full time before I'm producing more than I'm consuming. Even like 3 and a bit. So, like I have this time at the start where if I don't feed it manually for a while, then it's not going to start powering up. I was slightly worried that it would output, but I think actually it doesn't matter, because it would output like half of the actual production. Logs are very belt efficient for fuel. Yeah, logs are a very dense form of fuel. Exactly, plausible chronicle. And that's the same for like coke and coke powder, etc. Like they're like, for example, if I took coal ore is 30,000 P, right? Whereas the log is only 2,000 P, so it's extremely dense in terms of energy storage, as opposed to charcoal powder being 48 or coke powder being 660. Coke powder is still a lot more dense than charcoal powder in terms of fuel transport capacity of a belt. But it is also more cost efficient, technically. Like if you calculate how much did I pay in terms of logs to make this coke powder, compared to how much did I pay in terms of logs to make this charcoal powder, I paid more to make 1p of charcoal powder than I paid to make 1p of coke powder. And I send more on a belt, but I need in exchange a bigger build to make the same amount, right? Because like half of the build is, well, not really that much bigger, to be fair. Like this is a charcoal powder build and this is a coke powder build. They're not really that different in terms of size. Maybe slightly wider. Not even, really. Slightly, like we have one more machine in terms of width. But like we still have these gaps in the charcoal powder factories, so... Whereas this is much more dense in terms of machines. I made it slightly higher. That's where the extra space comes from. But really, I didn't really make it any wider for the same amount of production. So I think this is fairly efficient. So you see, like, this is slowly starting up, right? These ones are now starting running. These ones I think are not running because they're fully backed up. And then once this one is going to start running, once this one is going to get fuel, this is going to start running, and then we're going to start having like all 3 of these running. Right, so this is getting coke powder at the moment. Oh, recipe not set. Well, that doesn't help. That would be why it wasn't running. Derp? Hey, I just doubled my production. Oops. I suppose I'll need a new version of the blueprint then. To be fair, also I have added the purchasing portal in here. So I would need a new version of the blueprint for that too. But let's see the whole build running. before we start celebrating. Okay, so this is working. That's good news. I really have no access to any of these. I should have put little windows in here, really. Lessons learned. Hey, we are running. Let's go. So I do expect to start seeing some coke powder making its way over here soon. Then. Though, do remember that every time we produce coke over here, it's going to be sent all the way over there to be ground down into powder. Though I am surprised I haven't seen a single powder come down here. That is slightly concerning. But hopefully it's just a question of timing. I mean, these are all getting fed. Slowly but surely. I think it's just that all the furnaces need to back up. Okay, so this is backed up. So, like, this is backing up. Theoretically. But until it's backed up, anything afterwards is only receiving half of the power it should receive. Is it? Come on, tell me you're backing up, please. Okay, we have 6 now. Yeah, so this is... Yeah, okay. We're finally getting there. Manifold filling, yeah. That's why I like these catapults a lot. Because catapults reduce a lot the amount of belt storage. Because you're going to have like maybe 4 items for 20 blocks travel instead of having 20 items. Yeah, let's go. Yeah, so these are barely getting fed while this is backing up. But that's normal, that's absolutely how it's supposed to work. It just takes a huge amount of time for this to start. But I think we have proof that this is running. Ooh! Popcac, welcome in. How are you doing? Pop Raid, welcome in everybody. How are you doing? How was Alchemy Factory? Tell me about your factory. Ooh, satisfactory, mad scientist. Oh, I see. So this is your kind of games, isn't it? Hang on, let me give you a quick follow. Can just hit this button, can't I? Yeah. Not so much a factory, but building out near the castle. Ooh, nice. Yeah, I didn't even go out and have a look at the castle, really. Now that I think about it, where is the castle? I know that there is a castle somewhere. So you went and bought these plots, I suppose? Ah, that's a nice location to build in. Are there shops in here? No, they are not. Yeah, that's a nice location to build in. I hope eventually we'll be able to do something with the castle. It won't be just decorative. It would be nice if they did something with it. The little 4x4 plot down the side. Which one? This one? Other side? Ah. It's such a good game. Yeah, it is a very, very good game. Oh, so you mean this one? Oh yeah, that's tiny. Are you building a big tower? Is that the plan? Are you doing a Tower of Doom? Vertical build? That sounds like a fun idea. You'll ping me some pics in my Discord. Yes, please do. The bot was like, hey, I've heard something about a Discord. Totally random, by the way. It puts the Discord link every once in a while in chat, and just happened to be the exact second you asked for it. Well, welcome in, everybody. I'm happy to have you guys here. Oh, we have ads in progress, so I'll wait for the ads to end, and we'll talk a little bit about what I'm doing here. But yeah, let me see. Oh, my bad. When you tab out, it cuts the music. Oh, oh, that looks fun. Hey, you did the same thing I did for the floating stairs. One thing I did notice, so you have these stairs, right? And it doesn't look great when you have them above a window. It messes with the window, etc. So I went and did this. Oh, my bad. Don't fall down the hole. Yeah, I went and did this. And I see you did the same thing as a support structure for the floors. Oh, very clever way to do things. Shelves are so much better. Yeah, shelves are great. Shelves are great. And over here we have this little structure. So what I'm doing here, everybody's back from ads, so that's perfect timing. So we have builds that are making fertilizer. We have basically 4 times the same build, mirrored twice. And so between them they make 180 fertilizer per minute at the moment, which is absolutely not enough for what I need to do, by the way. But it's to start, it is a start. And so we're taking the fertilizer, we're sending it upstairs. And over here we have this little shelf structure that makes a dome through which we can send elevators. And now we are just starting this cork powder build, which is going to be fuel. We are going to send upstairs to basically replace this iron and nails build, and also start making steel and steel gears and this kind of stuff. So that's what we are planning over here, right? And so over here for the plants, we take the fertilizer every time. We feed a column of planters, and then the plants come back out, go upstairs. And if we go behind, over here, we receive a lot of the plants and we start making stuff like ropes and linen and health potions and stuff like that. So yeah, kind of fun. And over here you see these 6 elevators going 1 floor upstairs further. On the 3rd floor, we have pulleys. This build is gonna make 2 pulleys per second. The plan here with this build, it's barely running at the moment because we're selling some, but like the plan here is to be able to feed the production of Jupiter at full rate. That's my plan. So 1 pulley per second going towards Jupiter's, and I haven't started figuring out the production of these ones. I'm sure this is going to be huge as well. I don't know if it's going to fit on this floor or whatever, but we'll see. We'll improvise. But yeah, so right now we were figuring out cork production that will allow us to make steel. So this is the build that is going to be making cork powder. So we take wood, we cut it into planks, we feed it into a crucible to make charcoal, and then we grind it into powder. And then we feed this powder in an athanato, which produces some cork and some charcoal again. And so we need to regrind the charcoal to feed it back to the athanato. And so over here, below, we are grinding all the cork that we are producing. And basically every 2 table saws, we have a few grinders. You know, every 3 table saws? Well, whatever. 1 time per athanato. We have grinders below here that make powder that we can feed back to the athanato. So that's the plan here. And so this build has been starting up for a little while, and now it's starting to actually work full time. Where are we? Yeah, this is backed up. This is starting to back up. So yeah, we're starting to actually produce some cork powder. Nice. Very, very nice. And so once we have this, we should start being able to fuel. So here we're going to have 2 iron smelters to make iron ingots. 1 athanato, well 2 athanatos really, that are going to make steel from that. So using cork powder and iron ingots. And one of these is going to make steel gears from the steel. It's going to consume the entire output. And the other one is just going to be our steel ingots. And then on top of that, some of the iron output is going to be used to make iron nails. That's the plan here. So I was starting this build because I need some cork powder to see what's happening with the steel at Hanato. So let's go and have a look. So here this is going to take like 1 iron ingot, let's say like 5 iron ingot, that's fine, and 5 cork powder. Like 1 of these probably is going to be a steel ingot, and 4 of these are going to be iron ingots in theory. So we just need to provide some heat here. And let's see. I want to see where the iron goes out and where the steel goes out. Okay, so iron comes out here and steel should come out here. So that means that this is perfect. This processor... Ooh, I just got an achievement for producing steel. Oh wait. End of day, thank you. Yeah, so that's all we're selling. Everything's automated in what we're selling at the moment. And so the plan here is to make steel so we can start making cannons in particular and steel beams. Because that's going to completely change how we do logistics. It's going to reduce the mess a huge amount. Right, let's see here. No? My bad. Oh, wait. No, actually. You're going to move, aren't you? So, steel comes here. Iron comes out here. Yeah, I think we do that. Yeah, this is done. So this was just a test. You go over here. Let's go. Perfect. So that will be my coke input. And this is iron. So this gets fed back into the Athanator itself. Oh. That's not optimal, is it? Unless I feed iron from the other side generally. Which I could. I suppose I could. Oh, come on. Yeah, I'm unsure about that. Or I could... let's see here. I could put a priority merger over here. So it in priority takes back the iron. These Athanators consume a net amount of like 4.8... No, 3.8, sorry. Yeah, 3.8 iron per minute. That's not an easy number to deal with if you want to ratio things, which I like to do. But I could have like a priority merger like this. It's going to priority feed the straight one. And then I could have the iron coming in upstairs. Which I suppose would work if I turn these around. And that would avoid most of the mess. Yeah, I think let's do that. So, iron smelters. I can't talk anymore today, apparently. I blame the coke. It's been messing with my language abilities. As if I didn't always have a heavy accent. Okay, so we feed iron. So these two consume 7.2 iron per minute. Let's just have this entire smelter dedicated to that. You know what? I don't want to deal with the extra. Whatever. .2, something like that. I mean, I could, but should I? That is the question. I mean, I could also just... Yeah, let's do that actually. It's not a problem anymore if I feed all the iron here. So then that's not a problem anymore. I'm going to pull the steel here before I forget. And this steel... Well, can I sell it? Can I sell steel? Is it in goods? No, it's not. I never noticed using the scrolling wheel while we're in this menu changes the hotbars. Interesting. Right. Yeah, so steel gears are in goods, but not steel. So I might as well have like a box of steel, but not too much. We don't want it to end up like the other produce where we'd have like boxes upon boxes of storage for them. Do I even want a full box like that? I mean, why not? Sure. Let's take a full box like this, but no more than that. And then maybe this can be my gears, steel gears box. So steel gears are being produced here. And we'll need to figure out how to send them to the shop, but that's not a huge problem. And then we take this. I don't know where I put that. Honestly, I might just move this. I mean, I still need to store iron ingots and nails, to be fair. So yeah, no, let's produce it over here. We can have an elevator, and we'll just give ourselves more space to work with. There's no particular space constraint here, like it's not like this tile will be missed or anything. So I really shouldn't like over focus on having everything super optimal. The heck did I just do? Huh? What? Okay, that's better. Okay, so then we can have 2 boxes again. One for the nails, one for the iron. Which is going to move from the bottom to here. A little bit of iron in here. And of course, a little bit of nails. Nice. So all that remains here really is to bring some money to start buying iron. I think I'm going to move this back a tiny bit. How much do I move it back? Is this enough? Maybe. Just so I can have a priority input for iron. What I mean by priority input is we're going to have a priority merger. I think we do it like this. So priority merger is going to take in priority from the input that's in line with the output, right? So this is my actual iron feed. And so the purchasing portal feeds into the low priority input. And here on top, I'm going to have chests. So any iron ore that I put in this chest is going to be fed to the iron smelters before I purchase for them. So, last thing I need to figure out, how do I feed money in here? I'm thinking this might be a good opportunity to use this space. Right, I could have a little catapult here. Too far? Yes, one too far. And then we can... the next would be, I think... So I think a floor tile is 2.5 long. So... 2.5. This should reach? Yes. Okay. And I'm out of ropes? It's been a long time since I've been out of ropes. Well, do not worry. It's not like my priority input has like 8 stacks of rope still. By the way, while we are in here... Oh my god! We've finished the linen surplus. Well, the linen surplus on top of the surplus, because we had so much we couldn't fit it into the box. And actually bandages are going down fast too. Nice! We're finally consuming the stuff. Okay, so 2.5. That's perfect. Ooh. And we could just go along here. Yeah. I like this idea. So this is my main money distribution system. Money comes from the shop. Up here. We have a few coins. I don't know if you can notice. Just a few. And so, yeah, that's the main distribution over here. So we can just directly hook up inside the main distribution. Let's see. One, two, three, I think. Is the furthest I should be able to reach. I have a doubt, actually. It might be this one. Let me check. Yeah, it's this one, actually. And so my hope here is that we might be able to have a catapult directly in line. Let's see. Like this. Something like that. Yep, I think that should work. Does this reach? No, too far. Okay, what's the closest catapult I can have? Does this work? This does work, okay. Fair enough. And this should be able to be targeted. Yep. Ooh, and this is starting to get fueled. Oh wait, no, this is still the fuel that I put by hand. My bad. Okay, so we're starting to buy iron for this. That's great. This is fully running. Let's start outputting. Oh my god. Yeah, I'm going to... So initially I had the idea of having a centralized purchasing system. Turned out I didn't like this idea in the end. But now I have a little bit of stuff that's backed up. Just a little bit. So I'm moving away from that, but it's gonna be a pain to get rid of all the extra stuff I have. Okay, so this is obsolete now. One thing we can do is take the iron and the nails from this system and move it in the backup of the new system, so at least it doesn't back up as much. And very soon we're going to be able to sell steel gears. We just bought casually 17 iron. As you do. So this is iron ingots. This is steel ingots. This is iron nails. Can I have like iron ingots? Ooh, no, that's my input, isn't it? Well, that's fine. Let's start the build. Instructions unclear. Guppy stuck in potion mixer. It's fine, we can mix a guppy or two in the potions. It adds proteins. So this is my core build, but it's not gonna be enough by any stretch of imagination for my base. I think we might have to triple it. So, yeah. Iron nails. Let's add them to the backup. Okay, perfect. So that's nails pretty much fully backed up. I mean, I could have like iron in here. Perfect. Over here, we're waiting on iron. Why are we waiting on iron? Oh, these need to be retargeted. Don't they? Okay. Well, I suppose time to start suffering and bringing the iron ore across, right? Uh-huh. This is not overkill at all. Right. I suppose we can leave this in place, so at least it feeds nails to the shop for now. I do not want this to store any nails, though. I suppose I don't want it to store any iron either. Yep, as expected. Lots of stuff on ground. Right, let's go and see upstairs. I'm jumping over my charcoal build, which is bound to disappear soon. So yeah, we're clearing up a lot of things. It may not appear so, but we're actually doing pretty good in terms of progress. This is not receiving any iron. Ooh, why is there a... Wait a minute. Is this randomized on which output it puts what? Or was there some kind of mistake here? It's just one, from what I can see. Still need a small charcoal plant for a couple of things, at least where I am currently. Just not the whole massive battery that you know we both did early on. Yeah, welcome in, by the way. Yeah, but I have dedicated builds for the things that specifically need charcoal. So for example, this is my clay build. Is it called clay? Yes, clay build. So my clay build has its own dedicated charcoal production. And I think at the moment that's the only one that needs explicitly charcoal, isn't it? Yeah. So really, like, my dedicated charcoal build that's here only exists as fuel. And coke powder is just better at fuel. So there's literally no reason to keep the charcoal plant that's just there for fuel. Oh my god, so much iron ore. So that's why this is bound to disappear. Like, this is all bound to disappear too. Problem is, I think my coke build is one too wide for this. So we'll have to figure out something here. You just converted the fuel station to coke powder too, yeah. It just makes sense to do that, right? Bricks are making their own charcoal, yes, that's correct. I mean, the charcoal build is really tiny, it's just this. It's just like one table and like the space of maybe 3 boxes plus 2 wide, plus 1 wide. I could even compact it if I didn't have these boxes here. If I put this on stilts or on beams, I could move this whole thing 2 tiles closer. And that's enough to produce both the fuel and the material for the clay build. Your coke powder build is the same size. I think mine is 1 wider. Let's see, this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 9, 10, 11 wide. I mean, I could probably shave... No, I couldn't, because I have elevators here. I probably could, but it would be messy. And this is 6, 7, 8, 9, 11, 10. This is 10 wide. So yeah. My coke powder build is 1 wider than my coal build, and also a lot like different in shape. Yours is all ground level, saves all the grinding tower, yeah. It looks awesome, thank you. Yeah, I spent a lot of time designing it. Ooh, Belak! Welcome in, Belak, how are you doing? Hello everybody, thank you for the raid. How did Elden Ring go? Are you doing a challenge run with Elden Ring? I think that's what you usually do, don't you? Hello, welcome in everybody. Hey, Frenchie, hey, Erwin Coltrane. How did the stream go? Tell me about it.
Thank you for the follow.
Thank you for the follow, Luna Rose. You're attempting a hitless run. Oh, that's... Oh my god. I'm always so impressed with people who can do hitless runs or anything like it. Because this is a kind of game, first of all, I cannot play these games for the life of me, to begin with. But doing it hitless is... I can barely imagine it. How are you doing? Let me have a look at my inventory. Yeah, no, that's not bad. Didn't I have a bunch of stuff on the ground downstairs still? Yeah, I did. I love this. Standing upside down like that. How much iron do I have in here? Yeah, this is gonna take a while to clear. It was going well until the to the last boss, and then it all fell apart. Oh my god, you went super far too then. Wow. Yeah, we manage so much in these games, you don't know how I do it. It's a lot about... It's a lot about taking a big problem and cutting it down in small problems, right? So, for example, let's say we look at producing pulleys. So, like this whole build produces pulleys, right? To produce pulleys, it can be very impressive if you look at the whole global problem. Because you have to use planks. To use planks, you have to cut logs that you can buy. And you have to produce ropes. To produce ropes, you have to do linen thread. To do that, you need flax fiber. To do that, you need flax. And to produce the flax, you need fertilizer, which is in itself a whole other thing. Like fertilizer is plant ash, which is sage that you need fertilizer for, and then quicklime powder that needs quicklime, that needs stone, that needs limestone. So that's super complicated on the surface, right? But we don't do that. What we do is we say, hey, I'm going to do a fertilizer build, and that's already one of my more complicated builds. The fertilizer build, it's what? It's 3 nurseries producing sage that get into a crucible, they get burned down into the crucible, and then they get mixed in here with lime powder, which is stone that I put in a crusher, that I put in a crucible, grind it down, put it in here. I mix these two, and it's just fertilizer. Fertilizer that I can use to feed these nurseries and to feed anything else. And then to fuel these crucibles, I need fuel, so I have a fuel build, but it's separate, right? I can take this, and that's what I was discussing right before you came in. So this is charcoal powder. We just made a new build that makes coke powder, which is a better fuel. So we could take this build and replace it with this build. Or just take a belt and replace the input of this build that's over here by a belt that comes from somewhere else. And that will be fine. As long as I produce enough, as long as I can provide enough. This is two separate builds, right? And then my fertilizer comes upstairs over here, and I feed it to nurseries. I make a lot of flax. And then my flax comes upstairs, and then we process the flax to make pulleys. So like we grind it down, then we process it again to make ropes, and then behind it we have a build that makes planks that we can use to make pulleys with, right? So it's all separate builds that are just one next to the other. So it's a lot about separating the big problem of, oh, let's make these complicated things into smaller builds that can be pasted next to one another or be transferring things to one another. So yeah, it's a slow build up, yeah. So here I'm showing like one of the most complicated things I'm doing, right? But then I'm going to take these pulleys and mix it with something else and make something else even. But this build is going to stay here, and it's going to be its own independent thing. You end up replacing and rebuilding a lot, yes, absolutely. So you take a build, you replace it by something more modern. When you start the game, your first project is a wooden gear. Not even a wooden gear, well, your first project is a wooden plank, which is just one machine. Right, let's... Well, I have a lot of stuff on me, so I don't know that I have the inventory space to take this. I'm thinking, can I have a second one of these builds? Because this is... I don't think this is enough. Though we have iron here... Oh, wait. No, so this is random. Is it? Or do I have an output mixed up? What's going on here? Why do I have iron in... Oh, wait a minute. This is supposed to be steel. What the heck is going on in here? Yeah, but I thought like the two outputs of the Athanator always output the same product, don't they? No, they don't. Oh my god. Is it the same for the charcoal? Because then this whole build is wrong. I'm assuming here that like this is always gonna be charcoal and this is always gonna be coke. If it's not, then I'm in big trouble. But at the same time, it seems to be working. Like, I don't see... We could put a filter in here. And see if we ever get any charcoal powder. As a safety, you'd just keep it from being wonky. Yeah, but then that breaks my whole design. Then I need to rethink everything. And I spent half the stream designing this build. It is a pretty design, yeah. But it is a very involved one because... So the problem here is that I take both the coke and the charcoal down underneath, right? And I bring them... So I bring the charcoal to these grinders, which I have every... Wait a minute. Why do I have so many of these? I messed it up. Well, okay. Time to dissect this, because I messed it up. Right, so I'm just supposed to have one of these sections. Well, this one, which is supposed to grind down all the coke into coke powder. And then every 2 or 3 builds, every 3 builds, I have these ones that grind down the charcoal into charcoal powder. You're not sure about that furnace, you just know it has a chance of failure. You haven't brought it online yet, yeah. So I've ever only seen this output like charcoal here and coke over here. So I thought it was safe, but maybe I'm wrong. Because it's my first build with it too. Failed products go through the second output. So I think this means it's always the same output. Like this is the second output. I think that's what it means. So I don't get why upstairs we have iron that went through the wrong pipe. Basically. And we had the same issue earlier with the steel being, so I'm wondering if I have like a wrong connection somewhere or something. So like this is iron, this is iron. And this should be steel, and this should be steel, yeah? I don't know, maybe it's a random fluke? I don't really know. Maybe I had some stuff on belts that was weird or something. Also, why is there a steel in here? Okay, that one must be me, I think. I think I did something weird at the start. The one thing you wish this game had is a layer view. Yeah, or an ability. But, so one thing they have on the roadmap is the ability to shrink down the player. Which will be great, right? Because you will be able... I hope, at least, that you'll be able to like go into these one high spaces and like crawl into the build and explore it from the inside. Where are the outputs for that one on the right going? So the right output here is going back, and this is a priority merger, which makes sure that I consume in priority what I output from here, from the Athanator. And so that's the iron. And the output on the left here, which is the steel, goes directly to this box. And here we should have the same iron going back and steel going directly to the steel gears processor, which seems to work. So I think it was just me probably having put something on the belt. I think we're fine. Honestly. But yeah, basically the iron is looping back here for both of them through the priority merger, and then the steel is just going straight out. So this one is going to the processor, this one's going to the box. Because the processor can basically process a few latanator of steel. Okay, so let's go and take this build. And oh my god, this will be a mess. I think we can probably... I'm gonna regret this, but we can probably like take out this side of the build and replace it once we have done the surgery that is required. So let's copy the entire build and we go build it upstairs. I need a lot more planks, and when I say a lot, I do mean a lot. Is that enough? Yeah, that's enough material. And we build it upstairs so we can work on it. What did I just do? I'm used to see it from this side. Yep. Okay, so there are a number of things I want to change here. First of all, like, what the heck is going on with this? So, can I... Okay, can I shave off this entire thing? Right, you're not going to be complete, and that's fine. We can just rebuild those later. Next. We uncover these parts. Okay, so that's the part that's supposed to grind down coke. But like I only need 6 grinders for the entire build. I don't need like 12 of them, 18 of them. I don't know what happened here. No? Oh. Interesting. Yeah, completely messed that one up. Okay. Like, there is belt missing over here. That's my coke belt. Internally. Huh. I almost want to remove all the structure. Just to check. Or like most of it. Okay. You know what? This whole thing is going. Let's strip down everything that I can without affecting the functionality. And where we build the structure, it's not that complicated to do. And at least we can see the system from the inside. And not have to worry about having missed something. Okay, so stripped down, that's the actual build. Without the table saws, of course. So, Athanator outputs coke that comes down here. Yeah, look at that. So this has no reason to be here. So the coke comes here, and comes here, all goes into that. Goes down. Well, does it need to go down actually? No, it does not. Why is it going down? Really, there's no point in having it go down, is there? Yeah. Help? This is still all just covering things to build on top. Right, so it comes over here, then elevator down. Over here and over here, gets into these 6 grinders. What comes out here comes up here, goes here, comes up here, and this is coke powder that feeds all the furnaces. And then the output. You have been freed from Edge, Ale. You gotta take care of stuff around the house. You'll be around lurking though. Thank you very much for the lurk. Have a great time doing the stuff you have to do. Okay, so that works. And then every time we sometimes fail and output charcoal. Charcoal goes out here, comes down here, gets ground down, gets merged back and gets sent back up where it is... wait, no, gets sent through, sorry. Where it is sent up this elevator with the stuff that comes from the left and from the right. That's correct. And so here we're dealing individually with the output of each Athanator. That's correct. That is correct. Okay, so I need a covering back on these ones. Good. Yeah, so this time I'm not missing like half the stuff. That's good, that's good. Second thing I want to correct, I want a window into these furnaces. So I think I'm just going to replace... so I can access them, right? Because right now I can access the Athanator furnaces, but I cannot access these furnaces, and that's not great for starter. I think we replace this log. Actually, no. We're just going to replace it with wooden blocks. I wish the wooden blocks were the same color as the beams. They really should be. And now we can access the stone furnace. Perfect. So this comes here, gets down, gets merged with the belt that's coming through, gets back up into the Athanator. Very good. A little beam. And belts. And of course, the same over here. The one complicated thing with this build is the ratios. So here, this one actually needs to send like 1/3 of its output to this side. Or 2/3? No, 2/3 I think actually. And so here we have the same issue except it's shifted again by 1. And then on this side, everything is sent this way. Perfect. Alright, so we're starting to sell quite a bit of vitality potions. That's nice. We used to not sell a lot of them. Oh wait, no, it was the bandages that we were not selling a lot of, and we're still not, actually. Okay, so now I can access all the furnaces. That's great. So I just need to build the structure back. So how did this go? I think the only complicated one is this one. Other question actually while we're here. Could I reduce the length of this build by 1? I would love to. I think it's possible if we move this part somewhere else. Oh, TikTok and Chase, hello! How are you doing, friends? And I see a Pengu. Hello, everyone.
Thank you for the follow.
Thank you for the follow. How is it going, friends? How are you doing? You were playing Marvel Spider-Man. Ooh, how did it go? Clock Raid, yes, yes. Hey, admin. How is it going? All these lovely people in here today. I'm so happy to see you all. Welcome in as I'm performing build surgery. Do you guys know Alchemy Factory? It is a super cute game that just came out in early access, I think at the beginning of December. The principle is you're running an alchemy shop. Don't mind the huge mess that is everywhere around. Like we have random walls and doors and floors everywhere. Because we've been building up the building, and as you can see, it's unfinished at the moment. It was so much fun. You get your live your spider talk dream. It was for your streamiversary. Oh, happy streamiversary, TikTok. How long has it been for you to stream? It went perfect. I'm glad. So yeah, you're basically putting like products on shelves. We have wooden gears here, mortars, health potions, bandages, soap, this kind of stuff. And people come in and buy them and we get money, right? The thing is, you have these catapults and you're throwing stuff on the shelves. You could restock manually if you wanted to. But yeah, you can also automate stuff. And you are making these super cute tabletop contraptions to make the products. And behind this cuteness, it hides a factory building game. Yeah, it can get complicated fast. As complicated as you want it to be, really. It doesn't have to be complicated, that's the good part about it. You could do stuff manually, you could feed like most machines manually, you could not have a single belt in your factory if you wanted to. And you have no time pressure to be doing all of that, so it's not like you need to go fast anyway. And yeah, so we've been working today on a cork build. So this is the same build you've seen below, this one that is currently running. Except I noticed... Well, we just started running it, and I noticed a few things that really are not great with it, and also I noticed a few mistakes I made with it. So I took it upstairs to start performing surgery. And so you're lucky enough to see it partially disassembled, because once it's built, like, all of this will be covered by a solid block covered by these table saws. It's a sweet factory, though. It looks very nice. Yeah, and I'm not even that far into the game. It's a game in early access, but it really doesn't feel very early access. If you look at the tech tree, so you start unlocking techs, you start unlocking more machines, etc. I'm level 5 out of 10. So yeah, I'm halfway through the tech tree. And I think it becomes a lot larger output builds as you progress, and even in level 5 I've not even produced half of it. We just started producing steel and steel gears. We haven't done anything with basically this entire side of the level 5. The goal here of producing steel and steel gears is to start making cannons, so we can shoot items across the factory more efficiently than we're currently doing with catapults. That's my current goal. So yeah, this is my steel build. So here I'm making iron. Wait a minute. No, yeah, this works. So yeah, here I'm making iron, and then I'm feeding this iron with coke in the Athanators, which make a mixed output of iron and steel. And then I reprocess the iron, etc. And then with this iron I make nails, and with the steel I make steel gears, which is the next product that needs to go into my shop. So yeah, that's basically where we are at, but before I start doing that, I want to rework this coke build because I need several of them. I don't have enough coke in my factory, so I just need to do more. So yeah, that's what's going on here. So this build, I take wood logs, I put it into these table saws to produce planks, and then I'm going to take these planks, put them in the crucible to burn them into charcoal, then grind them into charcoal powder. This charcoal powder is sent into the Athanator, which produces a mix of charcoal and coke. The charcoal is ground down again into charcoal powder in these little builds for each Athanator and then sent back into the Athanator. And all the coke is taken on this belt, sent this way, and then ground down into coke powder, which is going to fuel the furnaces that run the crucibles and the Athanators, and then eventually whatever is left is output on this side. You're going to have to pop out. Yes, of course, you've been streaming for a few hours. Do not hesitate to go take care of the human being behind the stream. And yeah, thank you for raiding again, TikTok. And I hope you have a lovely time zone. Good luck creating a factory the size of a planet. Yeah, so the size of the city, really. What happens in here is we have city blocks that we can buy. So pretty much the whole city is for sale. So right now I have, what, 4 blocks, I think? The one we start with. Well, the 2 we start with, really, and I bought 2 extra plots of land. But you can basically buy almost all of the plots you see, so I could buy the stuff across the street. This is my factory. I could buy this stuff across the street. I could buy these ones behind my factory. But right now I don't really need to, so I'm just holding off on expanding at the moment. But yeah, you can expand quite a lot, and you can build vertically quite a lot too. So that's probably the way we are going to expand the most. So yeah, that's what the build, once completed, looks like. And that's what we are going to put back together. And so you see random dirt spots in the middle of my factory. That's because this is stuff I had down before I had floor tiles. So for example, this is my first 2 builds. This is my first build, this is the second one. And so little by little I'm removing a lot of these builds and replacing them with more modern ones. So that's what's going on here. Right, so let's cover this bad boy back up. So here I think we can just... let's see. Yeah, we could just have something on top of that one. And then maybe a block here. Because basically we're going to need to build beams on top of this. Yep. So same here. Honestly, we can just have that. And my build being 3 wide, I need like blocks to support them over here. I think I'm just going to have... maybe blocks all the way like that. It might look okay. Oh, I was considering... Wait a minute. I forgot what I was doing. Scrap that. Right, so I was considering taking this and moving it somewhere over here so that I can shave off 1 tile from the build. I'd like to make it 1 tile shorter if I can. Yeah, I think I'm going to do that. I can even use that if I want to. Yep. Okay, so let's take... No. Not the entire thing. We take this. Yep. So that's a module that takes cork and transforms it into cork powder. We will move it, let's see, over here, I think. Wanted to cut and paste, but that's fine. Okay, so... of course, that means we need to revert a bunch of stuff. So these belts disappear. And over here... this is my input. And this is merging with it. I do not like this being like that. Is this going the right way? Yes. That's merging, okay. Okay, perfect. So that's all my cork coming over here. Being processed into powder. And I think what we do... because I do want to feed in priority this build still. I want to keep the same order of feeding stuff. So we're going to take this elevator and go up here. Which we can absolutely do. It's not a problem. And then we can take this and replace it. Like that. It's just a little bit. Wait, what? What are these elevators? Oh, wait a minute. No, 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 no. So that's my table saws here? No. Huh? Wait, where is this going? Oh! Yeah, no, 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 no. Of course, I am feeding... yeah, I'm feeding the table saw over here, so I cannot do that. Yeah. So what's happening here is this table saw has to feed these two crucibles. And there is the stuff from the Athanator in the middle. So to go through, I take the output of the table saw, I bring it down here, and then I belt it this way, and elevate it back up to the two crucibles. So, like, this is used already. That's fine. I can do things differently. What I can do here is have a little lab stand here. And then blocks. And we're just going to take from here, put it over here, and run a belt. And that's it, really. It's as easy as that. No need to do anything complicated. I can put back a lab stand over here. Okay. And that of course means these are all going to need to be lab stands. We're selling quite a bit. Like, the shop is running perfect at the moment. We're buying so many logs. I'm impressed by the amount of logs we're buying. Okay, so you're mildly terrified by the amount of logs. Yeah, it is a lot. It is for sure a lot. And so the purchasing portal is the other thing we need to reduce if we want to reduce the size. How is that gonna work? I wonder. I think we're going to rework it in place. I'm going to delete this for now, and we're going to see once we have the build back up. One thing you do on yours is actually put the portal right against the machines. It means more initial cost for assembly, but less overall cost. Yeah, but I'm trying to have the portal inside to reduce the size. Like, if I was to put the portal right against the machine, it would mean 2 depth for the portal, and then 1 depth to feed the portal with coin, at least. So it would be 3 extra depth instead of the 1 depth of the machine, of the belt, right? So that's a trade-off. Yes, there is more stuff on belts, but it's logs. It's not expensive. Have you seen my chest of coins? Yeah, I have a few coins. I might have a few coins in this factory. Yeah, it's just a trade-off. I completely agree with that. I mean, it's a totally valid choice to put the machine on the back of the purchasing portal on the back of the machine. You're starting converting yours to gold because 3 metal chests was not enough. Yeah, I can see that happening already. I can see that moment coming. Well, I'm really thinking... Like, there isn't anything very complicated here, so I'm just going to rebuild it in place. And it's going to give me more visibility about what I'm doing, rather than copy-pasting. Right, so that's the part I was talking about, where like this takes the output of the machine and splits it to the 2 crucibles on the side of the Athanator. Oh! I forgot one thing. If I want to reduce actually the size of the build, I need to get rid of these 2 elevators. Which is very easy. This just needs to take from the bottom to the top. And from the top to the bottom. Right. So that's what I achieved by moving this from here. Being able to go wider like that. Hey, bonsoir, J-Moy. Your today was buff. Hope I had a great one. Well, I didn't have a bad day. Having a lot of fun with this game. Ooh, welcome into the cheese zone. Becoming 34% more Comté for a grand total of 68% Comté. Almost nice. Next time you need to get 1%. It is possible. It's unlikely, but it is possible. Glad I still like it. Yeah, it's a great game. It's an absolutely great game. Okay, so... we take this and we put slabstones. Very good. And then we just need to cover things up. So I'm thinking... this might be a good move. And then... we'll see about the rest. I mean... this wouldn't be bad. I'll have to have lab stand here. I mean, unless I do 5 wide. Like, I could have a 5 wide over this, a 5 wide over this. I couldn't really have a 5 wide over this then. It would need to be 3-3. It would work. And so if we say that this is a 5, then this needs, well... this needs to be a 4, that's awkward. How on earth is that a 4? That's because one of them is a 3. One, two, three. Well, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Right, so if I do a 5 and then I do a 3 like that, with this one, that's kind of symmetrical. And then I can do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And this might just be a 1 extra. Let's try that. I mean, it kinda works. It's just your day in a nutshell, almost nice. I'm sorry about that. I hope it gets better. Alright, so then if I have like a 3 wide like this, this should fit a machine, right? Yep, this feeds the machine and this feeds the machine and the belt to feed it. Okay? Right, so I could just... Okay, so on this side, I'm going to have a machine that basically... Let's visualize it. The machine is basically going to end here, on top. And so I'm going to need to take logs somehow and bring them like that. That's my mission, if I accept it. And I think I can do that. The problem is... where does the money come from? I mean, I could have the money input on this side. That could work. Is there any spare tile? Let me look at the, like, in-place build. So we're shaving off this whole beam, right? Is there any spare tile on the rest of the build? I don't think there is a single spare tile. So I had this here, but I'm going to need the elevator here to feed the logs, aren't I? So the only other place I would have to feed the money trough would be here, but then how do I bring the money back down? I cannot. I suppose I could have the money input on top of the output. Catapult, yeah, but I don't even have... Like, I have one tile that's unused, this one. So I don't have space for a trough plus plus the elevator to bring the money down to the internal parts. No, this is getting removed. We just shaved that off. So, like, all this space you see here is not here anymore. This space that's used over here has to go away. So it's a little bit of a mess. I'm thinking maybe the only space we have to put something is on top of that. I love this. The trials and tribulations of a compact build, right? That's great. I love it. Yeah, I think we can do that though. We can have input of money right here. Like this. Then we can have elevator down. Belt. And I still want... this priority input thing. That's important to me. I'm asking a lot out of my build, aren't I? But I'm sure we can do it. I'm sure we can achieve that. So this is gonna be elevator down. So whatever I put in this chest, and I can build on top of the chest, so that's fine. Whatever I put in this chest takes priority over the buying portal. Is the important part here. Ooh. I may not have left enough space for my purchasing portal. Right, how do I deal with that? Well, I could use this space. It means the build is not tailable anymore so much. But like, the only build, if I want to tile the build, the only build that's going to have the purchasing portal is the build that does not need this belt. No, I don't even need to tile it, because this is a coke belt. And I don't want to share it between the builds, do I? Yeah, I don't even need that. Okay. I've convinced myself. So these two go away. Oop. So we can fit in a purchasing portal. Oh. That might be awkward. But I might have a solution. Also. Let me see, yeah, that's a block. Okay, so the problem here is that I don't know that I can build over the purchasing portal like that. Like, I cannot put a stand here, can I? No. And even if I take a 2x2 one, it doesn't work. I could maybe use a 3x3 one. That could actually be an option. Let me try. It would be interesting to be able to do that. Where would that be? 9? No, 9? Insufficient materials? Yeah, but I am making steel now. Ooh. Ooh, yeah. I can do that. Oh, that's good. Look at that. Wait a minute. That's too high. Isn't it? Yeah, that's one too high. Wait. Does it have to be 3 high? Oh no. Oh, that sucks. Dang it. Yes, I am having fun. I am indeed having fun. Okay, so this is purchasing logs. But like, this is where this has to be, right? I don't really have much of a choice here. So we need to work around that. Yep. End of the day. And dead. No. We're still in. I have a solution. 42 logs per day. And we're making a huge profit, by the way, with these 42 logs. And we would be making more if we were actually selling some of the extra stuff that we are purchasing. Wait until you play with mushroom logs. Yeah, I've seen them. They're a little bit scary, I have to say. Okay, so let's remove these blocks. And... this. And this. Okay. Yeah. So, belt goes here. Belt goes here. And then... Yep. Belt goes here. Okay. Then, lab stand here and here. And actually here too. This is an elevator up. To bring the wood to the crucible. No. From this belt. Okay. This is my cork belt. Why do I have these on scaffolding mode? I don't actually know why they're scaffolding. So let's... Oh, it was because I had like the whole row as scaffolding. Yeah, that makes sense. Well, I suppose they can be. It doesn't hurt anything. Oh, come on. Sometimes you have a hard time placing stuff in this game. Oh no, that's 4 long, not 5 long. I'm fine. I think we're still fine. I can move this elevator and this thing. And still be in. So this gets removed. Actually, this whole thing gets removed. This will need to be a lab stand. And now I should be able to place my beam. Let's go. You bring the money to the purchasing portal. Ooh, this is getting tight. No? I cannot place the stuff. Right, so... Here we're going to have a machine, another machine. I think this whole row is made of lab stands. That's fair. Yep. So these need to be lab stands. I said lab stands. Thank you. And I'm out of nails. Turns out I'm right next to a huge supply of nails. Oh, well, actually, that's fine. I think this works. It does. Poor game. I'm doing so many bad things to the game. I don't even actually need to be like that. I can go one higher. There's no real need to fill out the entire build. Yep. Oh, that should be a belt. Why isn't it a belt? So long as you have a filter, easy peasy. And you did them for the advanced fertilizer. Yep. Yeah, I've seen them. Which is one of the next objectives. I had 3 objectives for today. I think we're only going to be able to do 2. To be fair, it was very ambitious. Which were to do coke powder, steel, and advanced fertilizer. I don't think we'll be able to do advanced fertilizer today. Because it's already like 2 AM. Oh, actually... No, this needs to be a block. Well, actually, no, it doesn't. So this lab stand doesn't have to be here. I can just have blocks here. So we have money input, we have priority input for logs. I am pretty proud of that build. There are a lot of features in here. A lot. I'm just going to fill that in for aesthetic purposes. I think I'm not going to fill these 2 blocks. Oh, I might need to. No, I'm going to need to actually. Because there's a machine standing on top of them. I could have lab stands if I wanted to in here. Do I? I could have like maybe 2 high and then stuff on top. Which means that when we crouch we can access a purchasing portal. I think that might be for the best. That might actually be better. And same here, basically, you have... I keep access to these builds, basically. So this is gonna be 5 wide. This is a 3 wide. And then we can play with beams. Technically, these and even this don't need to be here. Same with these, actually. Oh, not this. These do need to be here, however. Yeah. Mm-hmm. This is a 3 wide, and the rest are 5 wide. Let's go. There's even some space. We could do a build in here. A tiny build. Can you imagine? Having a tiny build inside your build. No, I swear there's space. I can fit something in here. Is this all connected properly? Yes. That would be a yes. As a treat? Yeah. A little extra build as a treat. Look at that. Oh, I'm so proud of that build. And this build is the exact same size in terms of width as my charcoal build. But it's just like... I don't know, we calculated earlier, but like many times better in terms of amount of fuel produced. I mean, I could even... Ooh. That's sneaky and I like it. Look at that. I found an extra tile that was unoccupied that I didn't identify before. Oh. I'm starting to have a bad idea. I mean, no, technically this is not part of the build. I could replace this by an elevator so it wouldn't poke out. But I don't consider the elevator to be part of the build because I could want to take it at this height. You'll find out you'll be able to shrink production of coke powder and fuel for the factory just the same. Yeah. Oh, and fuel for the factory. Yeah. Okay, so... I mean, the charcoal production I had was not enough, so... Or at least... Yeah, I don't think it was enough for what I want to do with it. We calculated that we need a lot more coke powder production than one build. We need like 2 or 3. Probably. But I'll probably be able to rework significantly the fertilizer production. So let's confirm this and save as a blueprint, and it's going to be coke powder V2. So yeah, this build produces 144 P, which is the unit of fuel per second, which is 13 coke powder per minute, approximately. 13 point something, I think. So I am going to take this and remove it. And then I'm going to go down, remove the existing coke powder build, and replace it by this one. Yeah, so we'll need... we'll need to store the logs somewhere, aren't we? Can I... Ah. I didn't expect that. It's fine. Let's just... You know what? X. Mm-hmm. Yep. I think we're going to have a lot of logs. I don't know what's telling me that, but I have a feeling. These are all full. This is madness. This backlog of logs is madness. Well, I don't care about destroying that. Uh-huh. I think you can see why I didn't destroy the whole build in one go. Yeah, but I think what you meant, Rose, is that because it has so much higher fuel density, we don't need as much coke powder items to fuel the furnaces, right? But a lot of that is actually going to go into steel production, which directly uses the coke powder item. So that part, unfortunately, can be done away with. How much logs do you have? Yes. That said, I'm talking about steel production capacity, not about straight steel production. So there's also the fact that I'm not going to be using the entire build's capacity for a long while at least. Right, perfect. So, let's remove this entire thing and let's replace it, shall we? My output is going to be basically in the same place, I believe. No, one further, actually, I think. Okay, that's all good. Let's go. Nothing popped out of my inventory, that's great. Time to grab the blueprint. Maybe I should have... No, it's still up there, so... Even if it wasn't saved properly, I would have been fine. I think that's how it's placed. Yep, just like that. Nice. And you need to move, which is a good thing actually. Nope. Which mode? You need to move across here. And that means that this is not stupidly far anymore. And so I can probably... take this like that. No, no, no. Don't start buying a ton of logs, please. You might want to start filling it with logs. That's why these chests exist. So you can be like, hey, I destroyed a build that had like 50,000 logs stored inside. Can I just re-inject it into the next iteration of the build, please? Thank you. Ooh, almost. Right, so I have a few extra logs, which I can probably feed in here. That's my planks factory. And so this is empty. Good. Okay. So you can target this. And no, you can target the build. Alright, next we need to restart it. And this time we have access windows. Good. I'm going to start these furnaces. So that it can start producing charcoal. That's going to start feeding the Athanators. We can have stuff backing up with charcoal powder. And then we can start feeding the Athanators themselves. The fact that we have coke powder to feed the build initially is great, because it's going to take a lot less charcoal powder than planks to feed the entire build, right? We're already backed up with the correct resource here. So yes, the belts need to fill up, but everything else is already filled to the brim. That's a lot less backing up I have to do. So yeah, installing these windows was one of the objectives of the rebuild. For this exact reason. And so soon enough we should see coke powder coming out of here. We see charcoal being reprocessed. And we see the coke coming in here and being crushed into coke powder. It's even starting to back up. Good, 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 good. So we're nearly at speed on the entire build. Ooh. You could take an extra one. Yeah. These furnaces are not burning it very fast either. So it's basically just the belts in front of them that have to back up. Yeah. Okay. So... I'm just slightly worried. It doesn't appear like the ones back there are getting coke powder? Coke? Is it messed up? Yes, it is, isn't it? Right. So I messed it up. I did. And the fact that we have this access now makes things much easier to fix, right? Yeah, so this belt is messed up. And let me check the other side. We're just going to rebuild it just in case, because I do not trust it. Alright, and this goes all the way there. Right, so this is better. Right, we are going to need to delete that blueprint and to retake it. That's the reason why I didn't delete this build after all. Confirm. And let's rebuild it and restart the things. Oh, yeah, we're going to need to redo the wood shenanigans, aren't we? Of course we do. Only two? Ah, this is more generous. Hey, the pixels! Thank you for the hydrate. I do not have water with me. Hang on a second. I'm going to need to go grab some. I'll be right back. Okay, I am back. Take a sip. Thank you for reminding me to get water. I've been meaning to do that for a while. And entering the cheese zone to become 24% bleu d'Auvergne. Ooh, nice. I love blue. Did I grab it? No, I did not. Can't pronounce bleu? Blue cheese. It's blue cheese. Bleu, I can say, not the other part. Auvergne, yeah, it's a region of France that has very well-known blue cheese. So that's basically the region of France that's renowned for its blue cheese. Let me... no, not the entire tile, please. Just remove like that little bit. Begin with. Because there's gonna be a lot of logs in here. Yep. As expected. And then we should be able to remove the rest, basically. Though there are other very good blue cheese, of course. But I think I need to remove that one too. Okay, so let's replace the whole build. And try again to start it up. Okay, that's good, that's good. We take the logs. We feed it back to the build. I have an infinite source of logs. That's it. It's infinite. This is so many logs. Each log is 200 copper, by the way. This is a stupid amount of money that's in here. Early game, that would kill you to have to spend all that money in one go. Well, not really kill you, but it would hurt. I don't think you could buy that many logs in one go early game. Like early game, buying 10 logs is a lot. Wait, wrong way? Oh, did I manage to feed the whole build? It seems I did. Alright. Retarget this. Can start filling up the money. And time for me to start heating the furnaces. Charcoal powder, maybe, and... oh, we have some coke in here. Maybe to start up the Athanator Furnace. I don't know, we'll see. Or maybe we can just... I'm not sure, we'll see. Because we also have a ton of coke powder on us. Oh, end of day. Oh, we sold 104 window panes. 8 AM warning. You're lying, Guppy. Filthy liar. I mean, it might be 8 AM in the time zone, but not in mine. It's 8 AM somewhere. I suppose so. But not in here, not in my time zone and neither in yours. silly guppy. Oh. Wrong pile. Lies of Guppy. Oh. Oh, I have filled this up with coke. Oh well. I suppose that works. It's going to burn for a while. Okay, so does this work better? So coke gets up. Yeah, that does work better. I can even... take coke and put it here. I'm gonna do that actually. Let me take it back from this furnace. We want coke powder in here. And we're just going to feed the coke back in here. It's gonna help the system back up. Yeah. I think this is keeping up. Uh-huh. We found an open spot. That's rare enough. Okay. Yeah, this is fully backed up, that's nice. Wait, how did I get 2 coke back? I suppose it must have been on the belt. I want it like this, just to be sure. And this time I don't get the coke back. Yep. Alright, this is even using this wood door, so that's good. What was in here again? Oh yes, tons of iron ore. Can we bring it upstairs? Please. Oh. Yeah, I'm not gonna have enough space for that. Might have to build a second box. As stupid as it sounds. Oh my god. I have so much iron ore. I'm not gonna buy any iron ore for a while. Right. Okay, so that's all working. This is nice. This purchasing portal can really get removed. So where are we sending this stuff? We're sending some up stairs to this. And we're sending some over there to feed the glass build. Aha. We fuel the glass build with that. I think we could probably do something about that with the coke. I think we probably can do something about it. What is the stone going to? Nowhere, is it? Yeah, because it used to be sent over here, I think. Hmm. So what I'm learning here is that this can get removed, same as this, and same as this. This purchasing portal, that, and that. Alright. And so we need to bring the nails, the new nails, to this stand, and we need to bring steel gears somewhere. Is what we really need. This is what we want, what we really, really want. So how to do that? Also, this can probably get removed. Everything's not working as intended, I think. Let me check again. I'm really stressed this build will fail somehow, but I don't think it is failing. I think we're doing pretty good. All of these are running. I can't see the crushers behind, but I'm sure they're working. Well, yeah, I see stuff coming from behind. So I know that we have 6 crushers working full time. This grinder's working, this grinder is working. These 2 grinders are working. And these 2... Why are you not running? Okay, you're not running full time. That's fair, actually. Like, one of these 2 is not supposed to be running full time. Because each of these is 15 per minute. So basically, each of these are only supposed to run 2/3 of the time. Because I think the Athanator outputs 20 charcoal per minute. So my total capacity is 30 per minute with the grinders. But all of these are working full time though. That's what matters. And all of these are... why is this stop? I am not entirely sure why it stopped. I think because of the coke backup. But that's not a huge problem. Really, as long as I have 3 Athanators working full time, like, the system is doing its job. That's all that matters here. It's kind of a shame you can't have a flip button. I'd like to horizontally flip this and have a second build flipped. I mean, I could just paste the second one. How far would it need to be? Ooh. We can do long beams now. Is this... No, that's too close. Yep, I think that works. Though it might make complicated to see behind, but yeah. Let me like place a block here to know where the corner is. We won't be able to see the furnaces very well anymore, but I do think we need a second blueprint of it. Ooh, I am lacking materials. I'm lacking nails, stone, iron, and planks. I'll just go grab the build that's upstairs. Because this is a complete build. $821 objects. Oh my. Alright. So. The second coke powder with V2. Let's go. Oh my god. This is huge. So, how do we feed this one? Oh, I might want to actually... Oh yeah, that's a place I could have put stuff. Now that I think about it. Can I have stuff on this lane? I think I can, right? Yeah. That's right here, if I'm not mistaken. It is right here. Ooh, and this consumed the backup of logs. Can I just like feed this with a little of the log backup that we have in here? Because we have a lot of logs backed up. Alright. That's not even filling the entire build. I took this whole backup storage. And it's not even filling the entire build. That's how much I have. Alright, so if I take this, then I can have an elevator. I'm discovering new spaces I had forgotten about. That's nice. Okay, so we should see logs starting to make their way up here. Yes, yes. now starting to fill it up with coke powder. I might need some coke powder actually. Let me grab some real quick. Right, let's let this thing back up. Can we start this one? And I think next we start one of the Athanators because it's going to start snowballing. Actually, let me start it right now. Because this one can self-sustain already. So it just needs to have some things backing up. And as soon as it does, it's going to start feeding the next sub-build. And help it back up too. So it's just added bonus, basically. This Athanator isn't running yet. You're full. You're full. You're not full. Great, so I know my next job. I want at least a stack. Interesting, it's coming out 3x3, I think. Next is you. Or maybe by batch of 6? It might be coming out by batch of 6. Yeah, I think it comes out 6x6. Which makes sense because that's the number of grinders we have. Ooh. And end of day? Soap is still one of the big sellers. With glass, of course. We're selling so much glass. Okay. I thought she was coming in from this door. I was like, the heck? Where do you think you're going? I think while it's starting up, I think we'll leave it to start up because I'm pretty sure... things are going up now. So it's just a matter of time until it starts sustaining its own production and having extra for the factory. Like, we're speeding things up a little bit, but it's also just running back and forth. And that's not the most exciting thing we could be doing. The most exciting thing we could be doing right now, I think, is to start actually working on bringing nails from the new production to the shop. So, and start having steel gears into the shop too. That would be nice. How do we do that? I think that's going to entail removing these two things. Oh, unless we can make cannons now. I forgot. We can make cannons. We do have this technology now. So... I need gears. Oh, that's gonna be so good. I forgot. How did I forget? I don't know, but I did. For a while. And now I remembered, and that's so great. Oh, we're gonna have fun with that. Okay, let's see. My very first cannon. Ooh, yeah. Look at that. Let's go. So that's for nails. How far can we target from? Can we target from here? Target too far, okay. Too far. That's close enough. That's too far. Okay. So we're going to need, like, probably a relay somewhere in the middle, maybe over here. But that's still gonna be so good. Obstacles in the path, yeah. Whoops. I was slightly concerned about that. I almost fell down again. I want to approach, maybe, yeah, so that's too high. Let's see, where would this... So we don't want to go so high that we go to the next floor. Is basically what's going on here. This works. And where do I go up to with this? That's a problem. I don't see well the trajectory. That's fair. So that would work. But that would be too far. Okay, that's fine. Well, we can just do that. I think that's gonna work. Yes, yes. And then we can have just a little cheeky can. Oh, too close. Can we maybe have one over here? Yeah, let's go. And so you should be able to send over here. Let's go. Alright, so it's cannon time. I can have a cannon over here, can't I? Yes, I can. I'm enjoying this way too much. Too far? Oh, I'm going to need a relay cannon in the middle. Oh, wait a minute. This is for nails. This is for nails. Scrub it, scrub it. I mean, we will still have a cannon that brings stuff over there, but like, not this one. Do I have a bunch of steel gears in here? No, yeah. Probably. Look at that. So I think it's not shooting just because it doesn't need to. Yep, look at that. Oh, this is so good. I love it. Sorry. Told you I'm enjoying this way too much. Can I shoot this shelf from here? And why do I have only... Oh. Because this is rope which are... Where are my ropes? At... Oh, down here. Right. Yeah, so can I shoot... Invalid angle. This is too close, I think. I can't shoot down at that angle. Can I possibly go from further though? Like somewhere like here. this would go through something and slightly closer. No. Yeah, so that's what I used to do. I think I'm going to take the bed and bring it back to the top floor. Oh. I need clothes for that. But I can do that. Ooh, actually. Let's go. We've removed all the manual storage. Ah, I love it. When a plan comes together. So we can have maybe a little bed and a little workbench. I'm trying to think here. How do I do that? I think we go like this. Yeah, that's gonna be good. So we're going to have a door here. And a door here. Okay. Then these can be walls. This is gonna be a wall too. And this can be a door. Actually, let me remove this bed. And we can just have 2 bedrooms here. Little bedroom. Little bedroom. This tucked in the corner, this tucked in the corner. Maybe a little bit further from the door, so it doesn't clip. Yeah, like that. And then we can maybe have invalid position. Then we can have maybe a bedside table each side. with a little light. Ain't that cute? I think that's cute. We switch to a wall-mounted form. Nice. Oop. Yeah, I like that. That's fun, I think. That's slightly dangerous. Maybe I want a few floors over here. Love it. Like this can be a cubicle or whatever. And oh, this is not centered. Though, to be fair, I don't think it can be all centered. That's fine. So this can be Cody and I's bedroom. Nice. Well, bedrooms. Because there are multiple of them. So... we are going to need a little relay here. Oh, Pitaka Zero, welcome in! Hello, hello, how are you doing, friend? What were you playing today? Oh, Ark Raiders! I've been having FOMO about this game. But I'm currently in too strong an addiction to really pick up another game. Hey Kellan, how are you doing? Welcome in. Welcome in everybody, how are you doing? Have you played this game, Pitaka? I think you have, haven't you? Have I seen Star Rupture? Yeah, I've seen a little bit of it, not too much. It does look interesting. For sure it does look interesting. Look at that, I just unlocked cannons! Yeah, welcome in everybody. Today we have been working on Coke. This is my Coke build. 2 times pasted. Oop. You have 80 hours in this game, or in Star Rupture. In this game? I don't have that many. I have maybe like 40 hours by now? Something like that? Let me check. Can I check? Without... yeah, I think I should be able to check in here. Yeah, I'm at nearly... I mean, I think it doesn't take into account today in this figure. So yeah, it's close to 40 hours. How did we do today? Hey, not bad. In this one, okay. You were hoping to understand behind the point behind the pocket watch. It seems like you can't sell it. And it isn't used to make anything. Only time it seems to come into play is for orders. Or are you missing something? Oh, and Pitaka says you can sell it. I'm not this far into the game yet. I'm level 5. Where is Pocket Watch? It's copper coins. Oh, right here. Yeah, so it's next level. But yeah, it has a price. But it needs to be in a jewelry stand, I think, because it's good time jewelry. And you unlock the jewelry shelf. So I think you need to put it in a jewelry shelf to be able to sell it. Same as Jupiter's being a relic, need to be in a relic shelf, right? But yeah, it seems you should be able to sell it for 1900. Loading the game. Oh, if you're logging the game right now, you're in for a few hours, aren't you? So yeah, this is my coke build. I just started making coke. I am very proud of this build. We turn logs into planks, then we put it in crucible, grind into charcoal powder. Charcoal powder goes into athanators. Then the charcoal that comes out is ground back up to be sent back to the athanator, and the coke gets all sent over here to be ground into coke powder. That's all. That's feeding all the furnaces and stuff like that, and then making its way out. And we have money coming in here. We have a buying portal down here for the logs, and we even have a chest that has priority input to put logs into the system and manually inject them. All that into the exact same footprint in terms of width anyway as the coal build we used to have, which looked something like that, right? So this is, or at least I think this should be the same. 1, 2, so that's like 4, 5, and this is 6, right? So this is 9 long, right? And this is 10 long, but my problem was over here. Yeah, so like this is, no, actually this is 10 long, because like this is 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. So this is 10 long, and so by having this the same length, it means I should be able to pretty much just replace this part of the fertilizer build with coke instead of charcoal. Yeah, jewelry shelf. Yeah. So yeah, that's the big thing we designed today, and because we have coke, now we are able to make steel. So we just started installing cannons and making like steel and steel gears, and we are moving also all the iron stuff. So that's what we are doing here. And I was in the process of shooting steel gears to my shop, which is a huge mess at the moment. I don't mind this shop, but it's going to get a hell of a lot better, because now I'll be able to change how a lot of that works. For example, so where... fell down. Hang on. Oh, also we made bedrooms. So Cody's been playing with me on this game. So I just decided that we have cute tiny bedrooms over here for Cody and I. Oh, I have an idea here. Can I? Yes, I can. Oh my god, this is gonna be so good. Look at that. Oh my god. Yes. You're a genius. I couldn't figure it out. Yeah, it happens. It happens in these games. That's a lot of stuff to learn and take into account, and sometimes just brain isn't braining, right? It happens. Absolutely. Okay, so I want to be able... Oh yes, that's why I was making the bedroom, because I want to remove that. And to actually remove that. So if I put a cannon over here... Let's say I put 2 cannons here. I can target this, right? Yes, I can. Oh, that's gonna be good. Actually, let me have them snug against the wall. So you're gonna be doing health potions. We're going to have to redo a lot of the logistics. A lot of it. Ooh. We could have stuff shot here through the window. But we don't have to right now, we don't have to. We could just have stuff shot across here. And that's good enough for now. Actually, let me put it in the back. This is too far, oh no. So how far does the cannon shoot? Ah. Dang it. I was hoping for something different. Well, we could have shelves going across. That would be an option. How do we deal with going across? To be fair, I was kind of intending to have floor tiles over here anyway. This is such a mess. Right, so this is sending... Oh my god. Yeah, this is sending stuff up, so we send it back down. It's a huge mess. Can I... So these are ropes. Can I have my ropes sent from here across? Yes, I can. Okay, that's going to change a lot of things. Yeah, I'm just checking because I have been known to mistake the ropes with something else. I don't remember what it was last time, but like I did all the logistics for the ropes before I noticed that I think actually I was putting the ropes in the small gears shelf. That messed me up so bad. Okay, so you get your ropes. Yeah. So let's see here. We need to test the range of the cannon. I want to know. I need to know the range of the cannon. So let's see. If we have a cannon over here. How far? I have stuff above. How far can I shoot? It's going to be at least here. I think it's probably gonna be twice as far. First of all, can we shoot over here? Obstacles in path. Ah. And I fell down again. So maybe I can't go further. At least not without having... the space cleared. No, I can go quite a bit further actually. Can go up to here. It's not bad. Oops. So how far is this? There is 32 space between them. Okay, so... like 35 space between two hoppers, basically. Well, what I could do here is to do that. Let's see. Okay, so that's my next hopper. Oh yeah. So I replace like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, roughly 5 catapults by 3 cannons. That's gonna help a lot. Let's replace the health potion catapult altogether. And the ropes? Yeah, the ropes too. I do need my hoppers. Ah! And so that should be health potions and ropes, yes. Oh my god, that's going to be great. Also, the rate at which they're shooting is amazing. So that's my rope shelf. This is ropes, yes. And this is health potions. Oh yes, we do need to have the health potions brought across, which we can't do in one go. So we have to think about this. But already that's a lot of progress. I'm thinking one possibility could be... Well, this one would be a problem because that's some money going up, but we can possibly change this later. But like these ones would clear the tile, wouldn't they? Yeah. So like to shoot across the aisle, you do clear the tile. So we might as well have floors over here. And that should work, I think. No, but we do need... Because we need to shoot on these shelves. So how do we shoot on these shelves? Is the question. Fundamentally, that's my main question here. So I think a cannon here might work. And actually I might want these shelves closer, but yeah. Because technically you can shoot to a shelf that's like 3 small tiles away. Yeah. So I think we're good. At least if you're shooting down. Right, so this is in the path, but other than that, it's not a problem in terms of distance. Okay, so I think we're onto something here. Yeah, that still works. So this is bandages and this is linen, which also needs to be replaced over here. Let's remove these. This is going to change a lot in the way I do my logistics. I'm wondering if the sale rate of small gears will drop once we start selling steel gears. We'll have to see about that. Okay. You're being targeted. You're being targeted. You don't exist anymore. Ah. Well, I don't want to remove the walls. No, thank you. Uh-huh. So, linen and bandages. Boom. So, over here. Inputs. This style goes away. And so, linen. Actually, it has a slightly larger footprint. Actually, I might want to move it to the side by one tile. Because I kind of want 4 cannons here. Two for bandages and 2 for linen. Alright. And so you are bandages, which go over here. And you are linen. Let's go. These are pulleys. I wanted to see where they came from, not fall down. Also, workbench goes away. What is this? Oh, that's Cody's stuff. We should put it in her bedroom. The ropes, I think. A redesign. So it's this one, isn't it? No, it's this one. Good thing I checked. Perfect. Can I target this from here? Nah. I mean, I might be able to target from there. Maybe. I'm not entirely sure this will work. Oh yeah, no, it does. Oh, I love the flexibility of it. Okay, so actually... this is my hopper. Let's go. This is health potions handled. Oh, this is so much neater already. Okay, so pulleys are coming from somewhere upstairs, I think. Okay, and what do we have here? This is... Oh, this is soap. Yeah. And what is this? Oh, that's my old rope circuit. So ropes have been replaced, right? So I can safely dismantle that. Yep. This is my money circuit. And so the only things left are soap and pulleys. But I think for both of these, I can solve it fairly easily. So for now, let's... Can we rebuild this floor tile? And even possibly this one. Oh no, not this one. Money needs to go through here. Still. We'll deal with that later. So, pulleys go over there. I'm going to need a hopper here. And provider. And where is the soap? The soap is over there. Can I target it from here? Most definitely. No, actually, I think we're going to have the hopper over here. Better targeting from upstairs. Where we have the soap production. Okay, and so pulleys is this one and soap is this one. So soap and no. Don't get soaped up in this soap opera. And that's a bit much. Invalid angle? Oh my. Let's see. Can I have it like from here, for example? Yes, I can. Okay. That's fine. We can have pulleys sent to this one very easily with the... Yeah. With a cannon, we don't need this at all. This was all because of the angle issues, but like this is pretty much solved now. I might even be able to target it from here, I'm thinking. No, there are obstacles, so I am too far. Um... Am I too far, or what's the issue here? What's the actual issue? Is it the roof? Is it... Yeah, it's the roof. So I'm actually too far. It's not the build that's in the way. That's what I was kind of worried about. So let's maybe try having a hopper over here and my cannon right here. Out of steel. Yeah, this would work. So now I just need to retarget this. Yeah, I need a bit more steel. That's not very hard. We have a bunch over here. It would have been more clever to not forget where this was. It was right here. Well, let's go. Pulleys being sent across. And then sent back to their shelf. Perfect. And so now, next to this... Aha, I need gears. I went one floor too high. I need gears to shoot gears. Is this the one? Do you have gears inside? Yes, you do. Oh, this is gonna be so cute. Let's go. Oh, we need to assign them their target. Steel gears online. Ha, I love it. I'm wondering if I should have these stairs here or over there. We'll have to think about the architecture of this building. Though I'd say that right now, I might want to redesign the cash register area to shoot over there. So let's see. Maybe I can have like an input hopper over here. Would that work? Yeah. It might be a good idea. Why are there small gears being shot across here? Yeah, no, that makes sense actually. I can probably just make a lot of things easier by shooting across with a cannon. Can I try? Let me just set up a test cannon here. Can I shoot in this shelf? Yes and no. Why is this one a no? Because of this roof. Which actually might not be a problem. Entirely. And what if we had the cannons on this level? I mean, yeah. That would work, definitely. Though I would probably need one more box over here. Oh, they could be shelves. No, because the shelf is higher. It probably wouldn't work as well. This is gonna be so overkill, it's going to be great. So... Oh. Ah. Wait a minute. It's fine, we can do that and have a little stand on top. Maybe I want the belt first. And then I do that. Okay, that works. And so this can be my elevator. Over here. Let's go. Oh. Are there still... Oh. Yeah. Gears. Oh no. Let's see, how many steel gears did we sell today? Did we even sell any? Nope, none sold today. 69 logs, nice. Right, so I want the money to go up, but I don't want this whole mess. Oh my god. I think I delete all of that, honestly. This is a mess on top of a mess on top of a mess. Really? Like, why is it going back up to go back or down? What is even happening here? Nobody knows anymore. Here we go. So, long story short, we have 2 tills, and we need to take their money and to send it to this. Can this cannon shoot up here? I get 2 claws? Interesting. Let's go up. And see. Well, can we have a whole row of stuff? And then we take the targeting reticule. Right, so 2 claws. Otherwise, I can just send it with the belt. It works too. Right, can I like change height or something? Nah. And what if it's on a box here? Let's assume we have a box over here. Is that a problem? Nah. I think it's horizontal distance. That is a problem. Well, then if it's gonna be like that, I might as well just send it up. Can't I just do that? Alright. Oh, these nails? That's old. This entire build is going. Yep. Right, I want to go up to handle the money before it overflows. Right, so let's see here. We are going to want to have still this input storage box, but we want to do that with a priority this time. We want to redo all of that with a priority system. And I think, like as fun as this was, it's kinda useless. And I'd rather have something right against here. Even though we're probably going to redesign the whole money distribution system in an instant. Well, not that much is going. Let's see. I want money converter, bank portal. Let's see. Yeah, sure, you can be in the corner. You're converting to silver coin, stack size 1, yes. Then I'm going to want a priority splitter. Input items are prioritized for the first output. Which one is the first output? Well, let's see, I suppose. And we are going to want a priority merger. And a priority merger we know always takes in priority for the one that has that's going straight. So let's see which one is going to get the money. Wait, what? Okay, it is this side that gets the money first. So then we can have a box. And that's basically my money overflow. Yellow box, of course. Both of them. I really don't need to have all of that on me. And so this should always give the priority to the till input. But if I want to get rid of some money, I'm like, hey, take this. This doesn't stop, but once I have some time to process it, then it's going to take what's in this box. And same here, like I'm filling up all the things, but once this is full, this is going to go in here. Yeah, nice. So the shop takes priority, and then... Yeah. Can I possibly... I don't have flow holes. Right, we'll see. But hey, this is a much better system, I think. What is this doing? This is a mess. Oh, it's sending stuff. Okay, we are sending fuel here. Why are we sending fuel here? We're sending fuel to send it to the soap. Yes, soap needs fuel. I see. Right, so we'll need to do something with that. Oh, is this going? Right, this can get cleaned up. Let's go. Yeah. This is fun. Like, this could probably... I don't know if it makes it across in one go, actually. Maybe not. Maybe not entirely. Okay, so let's see. We need to remove the fuel dependencies from this. Well, first of all, we need to remove basically this entire build. Uh-huh. Right. We have a bunch of charcoal powder, iron ore in here. Why do I have in my inventory that's being clogged up? Lots of planks. We have healing potions and stuff like that. Let's go and load this stuff. Ropes. What are we doing on ropes? Maybe I don't need like 2 stacks. Linen. I don't want any more linen. Bandages. I don't want. Healing potions. Don't want. I have way too many large gears. I have mortars that I don't want. Let's go down. Where's my large gears input? Over here. Well, let's keep like 200. I have a few too many planks, to be honest. I know it's strange for me to say that. And mortars. Where can I get rid of them? In here. Alright. I do want to remove these chests, they were temporary. Not needed anymore. Didn't I have charcoal in my inventory? No, I think it was on the floor. Where was this build I removed? Oh, downstairs. Right, there's a bunch of charcoal powder that can go in here. And the iron ore, of course, goes in here. Very well. Next is to remove the charcoal dependency of other builds. Well, first of all, like this doesn't exist anymore. Hasn't been a thing for a long time. So who's dependent on this? You are. So we have the glass build that's dependent on this. Honestly, I might move the glass build. I don't really like it being here. I kind of want a wall. To be honest, maybe my wall would be... I don't know. Maybe I move this closer. And then I have a wall behind. But then what do I do with that? I mean, I could remove this glass stand. First of all, why do I have two glass stands? And I could have stands on this side. Ooh, a hydrate. Thank you, Guppy. And a stretch. Oh my god, it's 4 AM. Okay, I won't move them today then. Fair enough. I messed up with the time again, didn't I? Can I just real quick remove this fuel dependency issue? Ooh, let's see, how many steel gears did we sell? Ooh, 53, nice. We made 25,000 on 53 steel gears. That's so much money. That's like a quarter of what I earned. Just on steel gears. That's so much. I bought 70 logs. Oh my god. But still, like I made like 45,000 profit. 45 silver in profit. That's a huge amount. Let's see, well, I could... Okay, I kinda want to have... cannons over here. So that begs the question. Can I shoot at these things from down there? That would be so good. For now, let's just put it over here. Yes, I can. Though it is slightly going through the shelf, which I'm not a fan of. So maybe, can I be like closer? Okay, so what I could do here is not have it like that, because these are a little bit too close to the ceiling. But have them like this. And then these two. And so these can take stuff from the bottom of the factory to this floor. And that's amazing. I'm still going, I'm about to stop. I need to stop. I can stop whenever I want, and it needs to be now, because... yeah. So which one is this targeting? I think it's the second one. Is that correct? No, actually we're in here. Okay, so I targeted the first one. So... okay. This is sending coal on top. Trade there. I could have a cannon over here. Too close, actually. Be interesting. Let's go. Obstacle in path. Yeah, no, that's fair. Then that means this is going. Okay, and so we're getting coke up here now. This is targeting something that doesn't exist anymore. This game sucks you in hard, yes it does. And I mean, I have ADHD and the hyperfocus is bad in this one. Oh, can I target Let's put a test target right here. I mean, we could just like have a stand and have my test target in its final position, actually. Well, almost fine. If I remove the elevator, I might as well move the test thingy. Let's go. Okay. So this entire thing is going. Yeah, no, not this entire thing, but like, you know. Like, it is 4 AM, and I genuinely had no idea it was 4 AM. I had not realized at all what time it was. I thought it was like 2 AM. Which was admittedly a few hours ago. Let's go. I love the cannons. Okay, well, that's a lot of things we worked. So I think we're just going to go remove the coal plant, which is now useless. Like, literally, it is not used. In the very literal sense of useless. Let me actually area select this entire build. And we can delete it. Let's go. We have a ton of charcoal powder. I have no idea what to do with this. Can I just like feed charcoal powder somewhere? I mean, technically this is a fuel belt. It doesn't matter what fuel. No, I'm using this for the steel up here. But over here it becomes a fuel belt. So like over here it doesn't really matter. Oh wait, I have logs in here? Oh my god. Come on, don't I have more than 4 spaces in my inventory? No, apparently I don't anymore. Well, slowly getting it. Charcoal too? The heck? And thousands of planks. Okay. Yeah, I can get rid maybe of a few of the plank. Can I compact my inventory somehow? Oh, thank God. I have a few too many small gears, I think. I do not have a small gears recycling chest. That can be arranged. Do I get... No, I think 2 stacks is enough. And I can get rid of these 2 pork powder. 4. Whatever. I should have probably put it in this chest. Anyway. Floors. As the symbol of our victory. Reclaimed land. That might pretty much be like the original plot we bought as part of the tutorial that is left to reclaim. That's pretty good. Oh, right. Why is the... Don't question it. Yeah, we'll move this and we'll be able to rearrange the shop. But look at this. We have cannons shooting my stuff down. We have made these 2 amazing coke powder builds, which, by the way, I don't have enough coke powder still. I'm not making enough at the moment. This is slow. Like, this is entirely stopped. So, like, my iron is probably, like, mostly stopped. What's running is this, and this is limited, I think, by coke powder not being fast enough. Yep. So, like, I'm not making enough to feed the steel build. And let's not even start talking about this entire mess. But we'll get things sorted out at some point. I think we will probably... I don't know, we'll probably rearrange things to have like our fertilizer back against the wall and maybe feed coke powder from the side, and so maybe this goes up and this entire floor becomes a fuel production floor, something like that. But yeah, we'll see. And also we'll need to start thinking about advanced fertilizer. That will be a big progress. But that's not for today. For today we are going to end here. Let's go to a little bedroom. And stop here for today. Thank you everybody for joining me. Don't go anywhere, we are going to break.